There we go. We're up and kicking. My bum. Right, where are we now? Oh dear, that needs an adjustment. Hang on a second. Got to try and keep these puppies straight. That's more like it. Right. Next. Okay, Lynn. So filthy. Can't believe how dirty these up sliders can actually get. Ridiculous. They are essentially dirt traps. It's not good. Crack when detritus builds up under the slider guide. I mean, you just can't believe so much black, horrible gunk there is, which leads to corrosion of the contacts. And no amount of switch cleaner will make the slider work properly. That includes WD. See, I don't know if you can see this, that's what the inside of the slider looks like. So that doesn't look bad until I show you what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to look like that. Because so much dirt and crap builds up around them, they just stop working. Well, if you're lucky, they stop working. If you're unlucky, what they actually generate is what feels like an electrical fault when it isn't. So, yeah. Moves a treat now. So, no problem. I think Siri's asleep. Don't know why she's only just got up. Into position. Bonsoir.
Watcher. Watcher.
How's it going?
Well.
Watcher.
It would help if I didn't have the YouTube switched on as well. There we go. That's better.
Quite a delay you got there.
Is it gone now?
Yeah. It is gone.
Okay. Good. There seems to be a delay anyway, hearing you respond.
Really? I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah. Not an echo, just a delay.
Oh, there's always a delay.
Oh.
That's the time it takes to process things.
The shit. The merde.
So, what's been going on in your neck of the woods then?
Well, it's my birthday today.
Hey, happy birthday.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what, are
Happy
you officially
birthday.
old fuck now, or what?
I've been officially old fucks for a while. I'm 914 years old.
I died 50 years ago.
I wonder what the smell was. I'm going to be swapping this in shortly. So, yeah, I'm putting my 1820 in because I've taken it out of the studio, so I'm putting that in place of a Soundcraft mixer that has seen better days, I think, and the Focusrite 4i4. And the only reason I'm using the mixer is because I don't have enough inputs and outputs on the 4i4. So this should take care of all the mics, all the other stuff for the moment. Yeah. And yeah, we'll take it from this. I've got that.
It is what I use.
Sorry?
It is what I use.
Yeah.
The Focusrite, was it 1820? Isn't it?
Yeah, 1820. And this is older than God, but it still works brilliantly.
Yeah.
They just work.
Good.
Yeah, they just work. So I'm going to get those up and running. And yeah, we'll take it from there. How are you? What's going on with you? What's going on in your world? Hi everyone in the chat. Thank you for your wishes. Thank you and all that. Yeah, what's...
Huh?
Go on.
I said I'm currently dealing with a flood damaged up axe.
Oh shit. Yeah, that doesn't bode well.
Years ago it was flooded though. Judging by these sliders, a long time ago.
Yeah. The whole things getting wet thing is to get them dry. For, you know, if it's foul or if it's sweety, you know, sweet drinks or coffees or anything like that, or if it's even if it's just water, whatever, just wash it down with clean water, making sure it's not switched on, and then just let it dry. Make sure it does dry. Put it somewhere to dry, and keep it. You know, put some silica bags in there until you can get it fixed. Well, if there's anything wrong.
Well, ARP sliders are bad anyway.
They are a bit.
They're a horrible bad design. They trap every hair, grease, you name it, dead skin, fucking works. It builds up in them like you wouldn't believe. And these have all that, but then flood damage on top.
Well, yeah. That's never a good mix, is it?
No. So this thing is an absolute fucking joy to work.
I saw Alison, and you were talking. You were saying, yeah, you should come on and do a workshop show with me. That would be freaking brilliant when she gets back over to Ireland, which is within the month, I think. We won't go into that too much until she's back, but yeah, that would be brilliant. Yeah, into the why. Let's not go there for the moment.
So much wind.
Yeah. Alison is pretty bloody cool and wonderful, and you know, I'll be very glad to see her back in Ireland.
She's better than me, so.
Yeah, but to be fair, Neither she nor anyone else in the world is quite as good looking as you.
Oh, 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 sir. With each compliments you were making you stiff.
Oh, hang on.
Go on.
Sorry, I got that the wrong way round. As me, as good looking as me. That's what I meant.
Okay,
That's what I meant. Ah, right. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just looking at my notes. Apparently, you're a munter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's an easy error to make. This happened
Yeah,
before.
yeah. I have many levels of prettiness for each of my chins.
What else has been happening in the world then? Anything good?
We had a really good sort of we had a good weekend, Liz and I. We just
good.
We did some bits in the garden. I watched F1, which was kind of interesting. Got a bit bored with it in the end.
Was it a Japanese driver go off the track in practice?
Yeah, he did. That was.
He went up the rumble bars a little bit too aggressively there. Lost all his traction.
Yeah, he cut onto the. I think he touched the grass when he came back on. He touched the grass. Sorry, when he came round the corner, he went a little wide, and he came in too aggressively, touched the grass, and that just spanned the whole thing out. So yeah, but it happens,
Hit the rumble bar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rumble Bar. That's a name for an album, that. Rumble Bar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thing is, that Red Bull is just so difficult to drive for everyone and anyone, other than Max. Max is, I used to dislike Max, but I have to say he's mellowed, as most drivers do. He's an astonishing talent, but the thing is, he is an extraordinary.
Like Michael did.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that thing, Max will find that bleeding edge where everyone else goes up to sort of within 1% of where the car's going to fall over in terms of sharpness and steering. He'll want it 0.01% or something.
Yeah.
And everyone else, no one else can do that. So my wife can't stand him either. And I've never been particularly warm towards him. But I have to say I've got an enormous amount of respect for him now, and he does seem, for the most part, to be liked by the drivers, and that's a pretty good gauge. I mean, they didn't used to, but now they do. And we know that, the one thing I do know is people can mellow and become different, change. So I think that's what's happened with him. Horner is probably irredeemably not, though. Although he's a very, he was good for what he did, but he's not got many friends, has he? Right. No F1 spot. If you've not watched it, then I won't talk about who did what, where, or why I went. Certainly no result. But yeah.
We were fast.
Yeah, the Novation Summit.
We're too busy watching the rugby.
The Rudgers Budgers, yeah. Yeah, I didn't watch that in the end. What did we do? Did a lot of reading.
Yeah.
That was good. I was doing a lot of reading. I actually I had a really chilled weekend, and then I had some meetings yesterday. So 8:30 in the evening, I had what was supposed to be a quick online meeting with someone, which went on for an hour. Well, it got to 10 o'clock, and I said, guys, I've got to go. It's Sunday evening, 10 o'clock, and they were calling from the west coast of America. So that was interesting. But yeah, other than that, just chilled and lovely.
Yeah.
And I failed miserably in the not drinking alcohol this weekend.
Well, you always do.
Well, I say failed miserably. I decided to drink some alcohol, and it was really nice yesterday because we had margaritas, frozen margaritas, which we made, and they were delicious.
Well, Fiona got herself a bottle of wine last night, and she's still comatose, snoring her head off.
Just the one.
Well, as far as I know, it was one.
Yeah. Yeah.
His jeans were clean on today. All waste of time.
So I'm not going to be boozing again for another week or so.
Yeah.
Because I can feel, that's the thing, is I can feel it straight away. You know, I can feel just how sort of leaden and whatever today.
Well, it does show more as you get older. It sort of like has a more lasting effect.
Yeah, and it's not, I mean, no hangover at all. Fine, clean as a whistle as far as that goes. But
Yeah.
I can feel my body going, what the fuck did you do yesterday? So, yeah. Yeah, so it will be listened to for a while. So what do you do with the sliders when they're in that condition, Kent?
You strip them apart.
Mm-hmm.
You de-tarnish all the contacts. You clean out all the dirt, hair, dead skin and shit that builds up in all the little recesses. And this is why these are awesome sliders. Everything builds up. Nothing can get away.
Right.
We'll clean without completely stripping them down to nothing.
Yeah. Which is always interesting.
Two things that Mr. Perlman did that annoys the fuck out of me. One was
going too soon.
Well, yeah, there's that. But I mean, in terms of the machines themselves, the two things he did that annoyed the crap out of me and still do is one, these sliders, and two, he would always bend pin 1 and whatever the pin is in the opposite corner over on the board. So when you desolder it, you can't get at the pins because they've been laid flat and soldered on top of it. And you have to pick at them and hope it doesn't tear the tracks.
Why did you do that?
Don't know. Every single up. Every IC. Does it with the transistors as well.
What?
Yeah, which makes taking the components out of the boards an absolute fucking nightmare.
I'm just trying to work out why.
Don't know.
He would have done that.
Perhaps he thought it was additional. So you could turn the board over and everything wouldn't drop out. I suppose that's what he's done it for. Which is all well and good for assembling.
Oh, so that they're not folded over. They're not folded over and not used. They're folded over and soldered directly to the board, to a track, rather than to a hole.
Yeah.
Right.
So on a 14-leg IC, pin 1 and pin 8 are folded flat, really flat, so you couldn't get anything under them. So when it comes to trying to take out an old IC, you've got to try and lift up this leg again so you can get the desolderer at it, so you can pull the IC through.
Hang on, so they're folded under the IC, not to the side of the IC?
Well, look, where you got the IC leg comes through the board.
Yeah.
You'll take this bit of the pin and flatten it on the other side.
And
then underneath, and then that's soldered. So when you desolder the chip, you put the desolder on pin 8. It doesn't feel like there's any pin there. So the pin's laying track. So when you try to ping it off, it breaks the circuit track. Or if you try to pull it through, it pulls the circuit through and snaps it. Wow. You have to repair everything again. So you actually end up with more damage to the machine trying to take the component out than you would if you left the fucking thing in there broken.
That's that's annoying.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
Ever.
I mean, if I saw that, I'm just wondering, would I just cut at the point where the pins come through the board as they're bending over, would I
No,
try to cut them there? But they've already got solder going down into the hole, haven't they?
yeah.
Fuck.
And that went on until the end of the production of the chroma as well. Now,
Even with the chroma?
Test it, right? But you've got to be so careful because you don't want to break the pin. You don't want to break the IC trying to get it out, and you don't want to break the tracks that it's soldered to. But one of them is absolutely inevitable when you try to take an IC out of an ARP.
Well, that's funny. Half God, half beast. Hi, by the way. Welcome and all that stuff. Says we were taught at school to do that. I insisted on using IC sockets. Yeah.
But out of all the synth manufacturers, ARP were the only ones that ever did it.
The Wookiee's asking, are they hand soldered rather than flow soldered?
I would suggest that they might have been flow soldered, so that way. But there again, I don't see why they need to bend the legs. You don't need to bend the legs to be flow soldering, so they must be hand soldered. Tipping the board up, you don't want everything to drop out.
Yeah, well, that's what Wookiee says. Pin folding is an old trick for hand soldered boards to stop them falling out when turned over to be soldered. Yeah.
Although, as a rule, mind you, that's even with brand new ICs, they don't fall out.
No.
But I think what it is they had somebody assembling boards like ICs and stuff, and then they bend the tracks and it goes down the line and it gets to the soldering people at the end. So they can have to put it upside down and just solder everything. You know?
Rather than straighten it out. So yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. So they're assembling, inserting all the ICs into the sockets, and then they're bending over before they're soldered. So they're inserted into the sockets without solder. Then it's passed down to someone to do the soldering.
Yeah. Right.
Gotcha.
That's what I assume. So when it comes to repairing, because the tracks are tracks on the boards, on the old boards, will just lift off the board and tear. Not a different board rail.
Yeah, half God, half beast says back then boards were hand soldered. My mum used to do it for her first proper job in a factory. Yeah, no, I remember that. In England when we used to make stuff. Yeah. I'd have thought though, wouldn't it be easier if you're inserting the ICs into the sockets before they're soldered to keep them in place? Wouldn't it be easier just to get a nail and just a big hammer and just go straight through the centre of them so it holds them to the board temporarily, or rivet them? Yeah. That's what you could do. Use a rivet gun.
Well, then you need
nail gun.
Yeah, but you've got to have wooden circuit boards, and they're so much more expensive.
Well, yeah, but you're just coming up with objections to a really clever idea, Ken.
Yeah,
just nailing it in place, donk, donk. Couple of bashes, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I know. By telling the kids today.
Yeah, you. Yeah. Yeah, I may have to go and pick up my missus in a short while.
All right. Well,
not sure. Sorry?
Was she falling down?
Very good. Knut. Yes. Very, very good.
What are you going to do? Guess my weight?
All right, then. 3.
Yeah, that's close enough.
There we go.
Come on you go. Come on. Don't play silly fuckers. Go on. There you go. Oh, God, this is a laborious fucking pain in the ass job. It really is.
10.5. Yeah, that's probably right for him. Half God, half beast. Yes. Wish I could remember your name. I'm so sorry, mate. But yes, 10.5 says half God, half beast. I'm assuming he's referring to you, because if it was me, we'd be talking probably astronomical units and gravity waves and things for me. Guess my weight.
Do you know what? I haven't weighed myself in years. Mainly because it got boring, because every time I weighed myself, no matter what, it was exactly the same weight.
I always try. Liz doesn't like it when I suggest I weigh her.
No.
No, and this is how you weigh her. Are you looking? So so yeah, for some reason they call you Biscuit. Hello, Biscuit. What kind of biscuit? I wonder.
What's that?
Yeah, you sound like.
Because somebody was it Nick Bat or something said, instead of saying half god half beast, he said half god half biscuit, and he corrected
And
himself,
it's stuck.
and then it stuck.
Yeah. Biscuit.
Which devolved into Bicky and so forth and so forth.
Yeah. I'm not, as you can tell, I'm not averse to a biscuit or cake or two.
Yeah, it's like me being called Hog Rider at SOR.
It was Dom that came out with it, apparently.
Was it Dom?
Yeah, bless him.
Right, Dom. Yes,
that would make sense.
Oh, look at that slippity slide.
Slippity sliding away. Slide.
Oh, God, there's so many of them. Jesus. Oh, pig's bum.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to start looking at this whole doofer again. So I know I've got. Here we go. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've got instrument pad. I could use that for.
I'll be looking at the Muzzy this afternoon.
Oh right.
I've got a couple of bits.
How's it shaping up?
I took the carburetor off it.
Yep.
Took it indoors.
Yep.
And stripped it down and cleaned it and did the works on it on the coffee table in the front room. So the front room stunk of Muzzy most of Saturday and Sunday morning.
Not an unpleasant smell though.
It was, because it was carburetor cleaner, which smells disgusting.
What carb is it?
It is, let me get this right, Elderbrook ABC2 1905. So you had to ask.
I'm just thinking Elderbrook's an artist, isn't he, as well?
Elderbrook. But there must be something particularly special about it, because there's was it a 14, Elderbrook 1405, which looks exactly the same, to be honest. And you can buy that on eBay for about 400 quid. Whereas my one, for some reason, is like £1,200.
Well, it's because you've touched it.
No, this was before I touched it.
Oh.
Long before I touched it. Oh yeah.
It was prescience of you touching it at some point.
Yeah.
This is the sort of thing Kent Spong will touch. I know. Let's make it £1,200 worth of value.
Yeah, no, I'm not convinced. Not convinced.
No, neither am I. But I thought I'd just talk shit like normal.
Yeah.
I'm good at talking shit.
To an art form.
Yeah. An arse form. Turn it to an arse form, certainly. So I'm just looking. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Mike. Hello.
Hey, Ernie.
Right.
Ernie.
He drove there fastest car in the west.
Now, was it Ernie or Ed? Which one are you?
What?
Have you seen the post this morning?
Oh, that one from
Yeah.
From Jeff.
Bert Nerdy. Honestly, I guess I'm the short, fat one, and you're the tall, skinny one. So I'm Ernie, and you're Bert.
Yeah, well, I couldn't remember which way round the names were again.
Hey, Bert.
But it is uncannily like you, though.
Fuck off.
No, it is.
No,
There's
fuck off.
There's a kind of shit going on there, mate. I tell you.
You're digging, Kent.
That's
No,
how your
honestly,
friends are, isn't it? Fuck.
Well, you know.
Oh, you want friends? And you're here?
Quite.
Goodness.
Quite. Ah, dear. Oh, what the fuck's this? Okay.
That sounds like a game show.
Oh, what the fuck's this?
Yeah. That'll work.
Yeah.
What
Well,
the fuck is this? Yeah, right. So,
Sim worse.
Quiz of the week. What the fuck is this?
dun, dun, dun. Oh, hello. Excuse me.
Hello.
I see Korg have started hawking the old PS3300. 11,899 inclusive of VAT.
Really? That's very kind of them.
On Wednesday, we will share the date and time that a private product page on our website will go live, accessible only to you and others who have expressed interest. This page will not be publicly visible. You must be logged in with this email address to see it. It's fastest click wins. Once the allocation is gone, it's gone.
Apart from the named.
Except the following paragraph. The following paragraph says, there will be other drops throughout the year. So if you miss out on this one, don't worry, there'll be other chances. So on the one hand, they're saying fastest click wins. Once it's gone, it's gone. And then the next breath, they say, but don't worry, there's more. Okay, now.
So they're exclusive.
For 5 minutes.
Until the next batch is done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in a while. Go and pick up Liz. See you in a while.
Right.
Bye.
All right, done.
Yeah, weird.
Not really that exclusive anymore.
No.
Because if one thing ruins exclusivity, it multiple production runs.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Indeed.
You can't fight progress, lads. Oh God. Yeah.
Can't fight fucking arse. Honestly, industry politics is so bollocks. I'm trying to get something to review, right?
Right.
And the company, who don't need to be named, so I won't. The company is saying, oh, but we've got one for you for review. And I'm like, brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, but it's not coming to you. It's going to this other person. Oh, okay. Well, it kind of needs to come to me because I do the synth reviews. Oh, right. Okay. I said, let me check. So I checked with the other guys. I haven't got one, and don't believe I'm being sent one. So I said, are you sure? He said, yeah, I'm pretty positive. And he says, I'm going away on holiday in a week. Okay. So I go back to the company and say, I don't know what you're talking about, but please send it over. Now I've just got to sit and wait and see. It's just... Unfortunately, this company has a track record. Sorry?
Clerical error?
Well, I don't know. They have a track record of saying, oh, we've sent one to Gear News, but they don't realise that there are two Gear News websites. One in German for the German-speaking, for the DAC region, and the rest of the world is gearnews.com, which is the English language one. Right. And we are not well, we're obviously connected. We share information and resources, but
just not that closely.
No, I mean, if they send it to Germany, that's not bloody good it is to me.
Okay. Okay. Is this company more German sympathetic?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't have thought so. No, it's not Waldorf. It's bollocks. It's happened before, and it probably won't get resolved, and that'll be that. So. we'll keep pushing, and then nothing happens. Never mind. How's your good weekend?
Busy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of mechanical. As I was telling Andrew, took the carburetor off
Oh yeah.
and stripped it down to nothing, cleaned it all out. In fairness, it bleeding needed it. So, but when I put it back on, the fuel pipe, which was showing signs of wear, and I think it mostly perished during the winter, decided that was the last time it was ever going to come on and go off again.
Right.
And fractured, and I've gone, right, okay, so I bought another fuel line for it to put on, which should be here this afternoon at some point. In which case, we'll see if my efforts upon the carburetor have
worked.
indeed fit. I didn't find anything stuck or anything particularly nasty inside. It might have just been an accumulation of many things.
Yeah.
But, clean jets out and all that sort of cobblers. Clean the outside of it as well, to be honest. And so it's all back on, bolted on, and ready to rock and roll. Just got to put a new fuel pipe on it, and we'll turn the key and see what happens.
Lovely jubbly.
If it doesn't go, I don't know what to look at next. I am confused. So, fingers crossed, this is going to boot up.
Cool.
As it were. Because I went to turn her over yesterday.
Sorry.
And as soon as I do it, you could see a jet of fuel squirt out and hit next door's porch. And I went, fuel lines has given up moving swiftly along.
No naked flames.
Yeah. So I've ordered the new, like I say, that was it, off, go indoors. Ordered the new fuel line. And it was quite funny because the recommended fuel line for the Muzzy is inside diameter of 3/8 of an inch.
Right.
And I like, cool. And I go, right, 3/8 of an inch works out at 9.37 millimeters, something like that. If we were to be accurate. But apparently, don't have to be accurate. Apparently, you just buy the 10 mil internal pipes, and that'll do it. You think, well,
how do they attach either end? Is it just?
Yeah, it's just on and Jubilee clip.
Jubilee clip, yeah.
And you go, well, if it's Jubilee clip at each end,
then it doesn't really.
If the inside diameter is 0.7 of a millimeter bigger,
Exactly.
That would be all right.
It's the bloody Americans and their refusal to adopt the metric system.
Yeah, well. It's also.
Hello, Siri. Can I see that?
I must admit, it worked out for me because when I was a panel beater, it was the metrics, the imperial system was still being used by a lot of the old Leyland motors.
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah.
But it did mean that we had to have 2 sets of sockets, 2 spanners, 2 sets of feeler gauges,
Yeah.
2 of everything. And besides, 13 mil and ½ inch, pretty much the same.
Yeah.
7/16 and 11 mil and all that. Yeah, that sort of
It's Siri.
Oh, you've woken up. How nice of you to join us, my love.
No, I was going to go in a circle and go back down again.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, no, nice and quiet.
Why do cats and dogs do that?
They get.
They go around in a circle like once or twice and then sort of just plonk themselves back down in the same position they were before.
Oh, yeah. And then there's Noah. He can do it 9, 10 times.
Yeah.
And then go, no, I don't even want to stay on this settee. What am I on about? And Charlie, the same sort. He'd go round and round and round and round again.
Yeah. Oh, the missus has just come back. She's been to the doctors again. She's still getting these little heart palpitations.
Oh.
Mm.
Does she drink a lot of coffee at all?
Well, she doesn't have any more than 2 or 3 cups a day, but she's for the last couple of weeks she's gone to decaf.
Good girl.
Yeah. Well, she's still alive then. What's the prognosis?
Well, she says my heart is healthy. She's done all the listening and stuff, but she's going to order a 24-hour
ECG.
Yeah, just to make sure that everything.
I thought they'd already ordered you one of those. Okay. All right. Oh well.
Well, that's
Still
good.
got to split the inheritance 50-50.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Don't want any more people leaving us. We haven't enough fucking disappear in the last 8 years.
I know, right? Yeah.
I saw an old friend of mine. It was Friday. I haven't seen him. Fuck me, I haven't seen him for 20 years. All right.
Mm.
God, he looks old now. He's younger than me. But and we were talking about this, that, and the other, and I went, "Oh Christ!" I said, "The problem is, mate, you're talking about these things like they were yesterday, but it actually was 40 years ago." And he's going, "Oh, don't." And said, yeah, when we get old, when did that happen?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
So I mean, he worked for British Telecom for all donkeys.
Yeah.
Engineer, and I think he did like site installations.
Right.
You know, so big companies and stuff like that. And he goes, "Yeah, I've had enough of it all." He says, "Packing it in and go travelling."
Cool.
Well, you enjoy
Nice.
it, young man. I think when I was 6, he was about 3. Right?
Really?
Yeah, we used to play in his back garden and stuff like that. That fucking thousands of years ago now. Technically, it is.
Mm.
Ah, mate.
Oh, dear me.
Right, what are we on? Was that the one I just did? Oh yeah, you can tell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
You off, darling?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All right.
Alright.
Let me.
Yeah.
Bye.
More than halfway. Oh, hello.
What's that?
Bit of blue sky coming out.
It's glorious here.
Oh, it's been grey, cold.
Huh?
Which reminds me. Turn the AC down. Well, off. What did I say? What? You want to go out? Oh, okay. Oh, come on. Off you go then, through that. I'll tell you what else I did Saturday. God, it was a busy day. You know, down the side of the workshop,
Yeah.
Jupiter's and the this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Got rid of it all, cleaned it all out.
Mm.
And there's all these leaves and stuff that, you know, they gather there.
Yeah.
And to the point where the leaves at the bottom, on the actual path, had actually turned to soil.
They'd mulched.
They have mulched into like a nice rich soil. And yeah, so I've cleaned it all out, jet washed everything off and everything. God dear me. Because what I did was I did some more, should we say, creative stacking in the garage to make room for the stuff that was around there. And you know what? It's surprisingly, those machines are quite intact.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's particularly the E2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what was that, mate? That was a resin type thing, wasn't it?
But I mean, but even the metal base and everything.
Yeah.
It must be quite heavily anodized because it was like no rust. It hadn't rusted.
No.
And the same couldn't be said for the Jupiter 6 case. Even though that was powder coated, you know.
Yeah.
But it didn't like it as much. But I think they very thin anodizing on the inside.
Mm.
Oh man, I've got to find a charger for the iPad, otherwise it's going to shut down in about, according to this, 3 minutes. Because this StreamYard, it don't know, pull on the battery.
Does it?
Yeah, quite. Well, you can literally see the little green thing
Just
almost
going, yeah.
moving. You know. Well, when I started the stream, I was on about 80%.
Really?
Been running what, 47 minutes, 48 minutes.
Jeez.
It's on 6% now. I mean, take into effect, yes, it's an old iPad Air. So I remember how long I've had it now. Air. It's got to be a few years. I would have thought. Do the new iPads have a lot bigger internal space?
Storage?
Yeah, or are they about the same?
No, they go up to a couple of terabytes now. Certainly the bigger ones do. Let's have a look.
What's they want pictures of? Got pictures.
We don't know.
What's that for? Hey, so we pictures of what? 2 terabyte. Wow.
So yeah, a regular one will go to half a terabyte. But if you want to go to the Pro, 2 terabyte. But it's a significant. So if you let's say you went for the 13-inch Retina XDR in space black, that will add $1,000 onto the price.
Okay.
So a regular one
Long live
comes with
iPad.
Standard is 256 gig, so that's 1,300 quid.
Mhm.
Add a couple of £100 to double that to 512. Then add another £400 on top of that, so 600 over the base one for a terabyte, and £1,000 over the base model for 2 terabyte.
Yeah, I wish they had an SD card slot as well, but I think they deliberately don't do that.
Well, the thing is, they've got a USB-C connector, so you can connect anything you want to. You can put. I know it's having a little appendage dangling down, although there are some pretty inventive.
Are you able to point it at that when you want to save something?
Yeah, it sits in the file section. Back in a sec. Hang on.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because you can just sort of like just point them at it.
Oh yeah, lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers, bye.
What are you barking at, woman? Pictures of the garage, yeah. Oh God. Well, I mean, you've seen what a scrapyard looks like.
Oh.
So imagine a scrapyard, but it's just cables. I'll also take some photographs of it at some point.
Yeah, if you just stick a USB drive into the USB socket of an iPhone or an iPad, and you just go to the file section, it just appears as a location that you can save stuff to.
I've got something like that already. It's got like USB B, I think. A couple of them. But I think there's an SD slot on it as well.
I mean, you could buy one of those USB to adapters.
Yeah, it's about knee big, aluminium. It's quite nice actually. Oh, in that case, because what it is like when I get an update, for instance, it goes, "Oh, there's a new update," blah 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 blah, and all this business. Go, "Oh, okay. Why don't you just automatically do it? I don't understand." Then you go to settings, click on it. It goes insufficient
Storage.
memory. Yeah, insufficient storage to conduct a simple update. I go, yeah, it is a bit packed.
Yeah, it needs swap space, but the easiest way to get around that is to just connect it to your Mac. As soon as you connect it to the Mac, the little window pops up, and you just say update, and it does the update, and it uses the Mac as the swap file location. Because my kids and Jackie as well, they both cram their things full of absolute rubbish. And then when it comes an update, oh, Dad, I can't update. So plug it in here and do it on here. It's nice and easy. But...
Fiona spent most of the weekend trying to pick a printer. She's got this Canon 5800 thing. It's an A3 printer.
Right.
And she bought new colour cartridges for it, which cost an arm and a leg. But she did some shopping around, saved herself quite a bit. The official Canon ones, it's like, Jesus, why don't you just buy another printer?
Yeah.
And this place that was doing these, because what they are, they've got all these circuit board on them, and they plug in, and the light lights up green if it's a good connection, and red if it isn't, that kind of thing, right? So she's running the software to do this printing, and it's saying error with the black cartridge. So she looks at the black cartridge, she set it to test, and it kind of the thing slides out, and all the lights are green.
Right.
So they suggested, cleaning. There's this special cleaner that you get. So she watched the video, took everything out, cleaned it up, all the printer, put it all back together, exactly the same thing. And she goes, well, what if it's the laptop? I said, well, look, let's connect it to the Mac, my Mac Studio. And if we get the same result, then yes, it's the printer.
Mm.
So brought it into the studio, because the thing's like fucking huge thing.
Yeah, it's
quite a
way.
way. And connected it up to the Mac, connected up, ran the drivers and everything like that. And she got a different result, but the same result. What it
Right.
said was job pending. You go test print like that, and it goes up and you get the little window showing the job, and it just says pending. But the little indicator sort of light in the software is was it yellow and not green,
Right.
which means it's paused, it's waiting. So the printer's sitting there doing fuck all, and then they get the error light flashing on the front of the printer. And they go, look, darling, sorry, but your printer is an unhappy bunny. So she went, okay. And she went, so she's looking at different printers, and she went from a 40 quid printer where the colour cartridges for it cost 3 times as much as the printer. So she goes, I could buy a £40 printer, use it, and then throw it away.
Yeah, it definitely got like that in recent years, but I bought the one I've got at the moment. I bought that ages ago, and it's a Canon 3-in-1. So it's a scanner, a photocopier, and a printer. Although
as well, yeah.
I rarely use the scanner these days because I can just scan the document on my iPhone, and it's as good as scanning it on there. So it just really gets used for printing. And the cartridges aren't hugely, genuine ones aren't hugely expensive.
Yeah.
But, you know, you can get third-party ones cheaper. But I went through a phase, like you said, of buying a printer and then looking for the cartridges and then being more than I actually paid for the printer itself. It's a bit like razors, isn't it? You can go out and buy a Gillette razor with the handle and, say, a couple of blades for 15 quid. But then when you want to buy a pack of 5 blades, it's like a gazillion pounds.
Yeah.
Because that's the consumable. That's the handle is just to get you on board. And then they charge you for the blades. It's the same with the printer. They just charge you for the inks.
Yeah.
But with this kind of one, it's been near on faultless. It's wireless, so everybody in the house can use it. You know, my daughter uses it a lot when she prints out her postage labels for all the stuff that she sold on Vinted. So everyone can access it wirelessly, and it just works. It's been really good. I'm saying that it'll probably blow up now, but I haven't had to buy a printer for ages.
Well, what I thought was funny, one minute she's looking at these £40 printers, then she's looking at laser printers.
I've got one of those somewhere.
Yeah, and she goes, oh, the trouble with the laser printers is, you know, they're you know, three or 400 quid or whatever it was. She goes, well, they're black and white only. I went, oh. And then she comes back to me and she goes, oh, they do ones that do colour. I went, okay. She goes, they're considerably more.
Yes.
Next thing I know, she's looking at a printer that costs 1,200 quid. And I go, well, look, you're going to have to decide what it is you're going to do, darling, one way or the other. Because in the meantime, we need the printer, and you are spending all your time deciding which fucking printer to get. So, and she still hasn't decided. She doesn't know if she wants to throw money at it or not.
I suppose it's one of those things you kind of weigh up the investment. But I mean, I've got a black and white laser printer. It's a Hewlett Packard. It's quite an old one now. And I got it from my previous employer. They would just basically, every now and again, they'd have a clear out and get rid of old gear and replace it with new gear. And if the old gear was okay, they'd say, well, look, you know, it's all laid out in the warehouse. If you want it, come and take it. You know, first come, first served.
Yeah.
So I got this Hewlett Packard laser printer, thinking, oh yeah, I'll make use of that. Barely fucking used it, and there's, you know, the toner isn't cheap. It came with, I think, two cartridges of toner. And I tried to give it to someone. A friend of Jackie's has got her own business, and I said, do you want a laser printer? And she goes, well, they're big, aren't they? I said, toner is not cheap. And I said, yeah, well, you know, it's good, it's fast. You know, you can. It comes with the what do they used to call it? The Hewlett Packard, was it print or something. It comes with the the network adapter as well as a USB adapter, so you can stick it onto a network and everyone can use it. And
Yeah.
I went on eBay once. I checked how much people were selling those adapters for. They're basically, it's almost like a PCMCIA card with a chunky bit on the end that's got the RJ45 socket on it, and
Yeah.
they were selling more than what people were selling the printers for because they were quite sought after. But no, I think at the moment it's still sat in the garage, and I think it's probably got a toner cartridge in there, which is probably messed up, and I've got another sealed toner cartridge somewhere.
Yeah.
But I ought to just bin it because I don't use it. This
It's
inkjet is absolutely fine.
Well, it's just that in this world of recycling and everything like that, printers are not helping it.
No.
If it's cheaper to buy a printer, use it for a year and throw it away,
Exactly.
then, oh, mate, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. So, I mean, she'll end up making a decision.
Yeah.
Live with it.
Oh, well. No, I didn't say it dried up, Wagyu. I just said it's probably more than likely gone gunky because it's been sat out in a garage that's gone hot and cold. So.
Well, they do recommend that you use your printer, no matter what it is, at least once a month.
Yeah.
Sometimes people don't need to print anything in the same month. But even if it's just run the test page, just to keep the jets clear and whatever. But of course, you don't have that problem with the laser printer.
No. The thing is, I barely print anything off these days. Because everything, like for my business, everything's electronic. So, I put my invoices, they're all PDFs. All my receipts are all PDFs. Yeah. Nothing requires to be in paper, and even my tax returns are all done online. I don't need to print off anything anymore, really, apart from the occasional postage label. But even then, if I'm sending something Royal Mail, and I order the postage online, they'll bring the fucking label with them.
Yeah.
So,
well, we do a lot of posting overseas. Keyboards and stuff like that, and they need a print label printed off. So, but we don't do it all the time. And so, no, I don't know. It's rock and hard place most of the time with this picking stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's got like a white fungus growing in this one.
There you go. Don't judge me, but I couldn't resist.
Go on.
Brothers in Arms and Blu-ray. It's not a bad album. I always skip past track 3 because it's a bag of shite. In Walk of Life. But other than that, it's not a bad album.
It's all right, for God's sake.
I remember people losing their shit over this because it was like one of the first albums to come out on CD, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that's going back some, isn't it?
1985.
Christ.
40 years ago. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's interesting because this has got an instrumental mix on here as well. It's got the Atmos instrumental mix. I'll be interested to see if I can hear more of the DX1 going off in there.
Yeah. No, I like listening to stuff like that and then go, yeah, restored that keyboard. Yeah, restored that keyboard. But the first time I heard it round, when it first came out, didn't know what half those keyboards even were.
No.
How times have changed.
Indeed.
Because I must admit, when I used to listen to Dan Gellis in the front room, that at one eventually I'd be a world authority on the fuckers. What the fuck? Like, what? It's just, it's just like, it's just nuts.
Yeah.
But I think the only reason I'm a world authority on the CS80 is because no other cunt's stupid enough to take them on.
Yeah.
Let's face it. Because most techs that I've spoken to, they go, "You do CS80? Man, you mad?" Yes. It's one of the criteria required. I don't think a sane person would take that machine on, do you? But I still think it's a shame that, well, in a way it's a shame, I suppose, but, Alison coming back from her life in the States and not going back.
Yeah.
The problem is that the people that will affect the most are the very people that wouldn't have voted the Orange Monkey in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Because synthesizers require a certain degree of intelligence to operate and use.
Yeah.
I think she was on a green card or something anyway, wasn't she?
I think so, but she's been out there for so long now. I think it was kind of just.
Well, they're already talking about certain people might not be able to get back into the country if they go, on holiday or go to see family for a while.
Mm.
And they're already talking about, might not get back in. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at least we've got her closer to us now.
So I hear Starmer's talking about ways of becoming part of the European Union again.
Well, no, what he's done is he's effectively done this kind of like a renegotiation of the Brexit terms between the EU and that. So I think he's given the EU more fishing rights in British waters, which was they always did anyway, and nobody really suffered from that.
Yeah.
But in return, we're getting things like a relaxation on a whole bunch of stuff about us exporting things into the EU, like meat and what have you.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be discussing a system that will allow students to go and work or study in the EU for a certain amount of time, and vice versa, which was one of the that was one of the stupid things. Our kids grew up with this knowledge that they if they got the skills they could go and work anywhere in Europe. They could go and work in France or Italy or Germany or Spain. With my cousin did. He now lives in Spain. But he had that freedom of movement. They're reducing a whole bunch of checks on food and drink and all that kind of stuff. I think it will certainly help with the tensions that it created with Northern Ireland and the Republic in terms of having kind of a border in the sea, so to speak. So I think it's just kind of a settling of, let's just sort out the stupid things. Oh, the other thing, we'll be able to use, and this is like it's come like 3 weeks too late for me almost, but if you're traveling into or out of the EU, you can use the EU electronic passport gates, because right now, if you're a Brit, you get to say Germany, for example, and you have to
Yeah.
join the massive long queue with everybody else that comes from outside of the European Union. And like the EU passport gates, which we used to be able to just sail through without having to stamp it. You just slide your passport in, it scans your face, that's it, done. They're all bloody empty. So that'll hopefully reduce sort of hold-ups at the airports and things like that. I think it's just a lot of common sense stuff. Of course, everyone that hates the European Union or the government are basically saying, "Oh, we've given all our fishing rights." No, we haven't given all our fishing rights away. We've just basically extended. I think what's happened is they've extended it. They've not given any more. They've just said, "Yeah, you can still come into British waters to fish, with certain quotas and regulations and stuff for another 12 years or something." So, it's who knows? It's just a sorting out of some of the shit issues that were kind of like rushed and pushed through. So whether it leads to anything, I don't know. I think Starmer, who I am increasingly disliking, is not going to upset the apple cart and say, right, we'll have another referendum about rejoining the EU, because that'll just kick off a whole bunch of shit again. And the same thing will probably happen. You'll get a third of the people vote for it, a third of the people vote against it, and a third of the people say, I don't give a fuck. I don't know. I mean, you read lots of stories about people that voted for Brexit and are now regretting it, but they regret it for all sorts of different reasons. A lot of them are saying it wasn't done properly. I still want Brexit. I still don't want to be part of the EU, but I want it done properly. And then you got others that are saying whatever's happened, it's fucked our business up. So I don't know. So when you go to Europe, when you move around Europe, and you remember how that was all open to us, and the fact that all the obvious things get standardized. Like let's not mess around with stupid shit. That's it's weird. I can't. You're talking, mate, but I probably can't hear because I just noticed that your iPad's died, and so your other cam's on mute, and you're probably talking to me and saying, why doesn't he shut up? I guess you're going to need to go and find that charger sooner than you thought. Oh, he's back again.
There we go.
There we go.
I knew there was something I was supposed to do. It was going to go and get the charger, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then it went out of my mind again. Right. Well, there you go. That's how long 6% lasts.
Honestly, I didn't know. So I was looking at another screen. I didn't notice. And I thought, Ken's very quiet. and I'm gabbing on.
Yeah.
As I want to do. And I came back and, I can only see his knees.
He's not there. He's gone. Ah, mate. Yes, well, we all know about the, yes, but it's brown people. Yeah, right. That might.
Yeah, those dirty immigrants coming over here, taking all our jobs and our benefits. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then it is finally done.
Well, you're replacing all of them, are you?
No, they've all got to be split open and cleaned.
Oh, okay.
Degunked. It's really, really fucking awful. Awful condition. I mean, like you would not believe, mate. So,
Oh dear me.
Right, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to go. Okay. Now I've got to desolder these ones. Yeah, so yeah, better ways of passing my time. I must admit that it is what it is.
We watched Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning last night.
Oh yes.
I'll probably wait 3 years until the final one comes on Netflix, but
Yeah.
not bad. Not bad
Yeah.
for what it was. It's kind of like the same thing, isn't it? Just different locations and what have you.
Yeah, just make the stunts a little bit more dangerous than the one before.
It's right what they say, because I've been, obviously with the new one coming out, there's been a lot of talk about Cruise and him doing all his own stunts, but it does make it a bit more interesting. I was going to say believable. I mean, yeah, obviously somebody generally throws themselves off the side of a mountain on a motorbike.
Yeah.
It's just usually it's a stunt guy, but
Yeah,
when
so
you
the
know,
camera, yeah, the cameras are very what's the word? Pulled back, should we say?
yeah, but not with
Eccentric.
it, but not with these, because it's Cruise that's doing them.
Yeah.
And so the reason they do that is so that they can actually show him, doing that thing.
Yeah,
It's
like the
like
one on the side of the building, isn't it?
yeah, yeah. And there's a bit in Dead Reckoning where he's managed to get away from the baddies, and he's on one of these like parachute blade things, so that acts like a wing, speed wing, I think they call it. And he's circling around, and he's looking for Simon Pegg, Benji, and you've got this big wide shot of him coming in, and he comes in and he lands this thing, and then the camera moves with him, and it's Tom Cruise has done this thing.
Yeah.
He's jumped out of a plane and he's flown down and he's landed it perfectly as he's come in. He's come in at a speed where he can just come to a trot and then to a close. And normally you'd switch to another shot, and that would have been the stuntman coming in, and then Tom Cruise does that last little bit and flips the thing. But no, it's a single shot, and it just
edited like one of those Steven Seagal fight scenes.
yeah.
It's ridiculously edited,
Yes. I mean, he's I don't know. He fascinates me a little bit, does Tom Cruise? Because I know he's a fucking Scientologist, which is a bunch of fucking batshit craziness right there. But on the other hand, he is quite an enigmatic individual, and he doesn't talk about his Scientology anymore. Apparently, that's always off the the table when it comes to interviewing him. So I'm kind of glad that he doesn't bang on about it. And whatever you want to do in your private life, that's fine, as long as you don't harm other people. Whether you believe in space lizards or not, but
it's no more crazy than any other religion.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, he's a reasonably good actor.
Yeah.
Who is dedicated to making on-screen entertainment, particularly for the big screen. He's very committed to that, and everything he's supposed to do in his films, he will put himself out there and learn that thing. I mean, apparently he's now a master diver, because in the second, the film that's just come out, there's a lot of deep sea diving. So he went and learned how to do deep sea diving to a master level. He's a pilot. He's a parachutist. He does all. He's trained in all of this stuff, and he trains other people. So at the end of the day, I respect that, but
well,
he's an odd one.
It's like you probably wouldn't pick a fight with Keanu Reeves now.
No.
The guy seems to be.
But who would want to pick a fight? Yeah, but who would want to pick a fight with Keanu Reeves? Because
Oh, I
he's
bet
the
somebody-
nicest person in the world.
There's bound to be
He's-
somebody. You know, there's
Yeah.
always going to be that guy.
Aye.
Oh dear. Matt was saying
Well,
he's got a lot to do today.
Has he?
Yeah, a lot going down today, apparently.
Finished Andor.
Yeah,
Brilliant. Really, really good.
that all went horribly wrong, didn't it?
How do you mean?
The peaceful protest?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, sort of. And then the line about it in the Senate.
Aye.
I reckon that was life imitating art there going on.
Could be. Could be. I just thought it was very well paced. That because it must be hard when you know that at the end of this thing, it's got to tie in seamlessly with the thing that in the timeline comes after. And I think sometimes you get these things that try do that sort of thing, and it's like they got they have 8 episodes and they get to episode 7 and realize, oh shit, we've got to get all this in the last episode, and it all feels very rushed and hurried. Whereas whereas with Andor, it was just beautifully paced all the way through, and everything got a chance to have the right amount of time spent with it. And
well, it's like that Imperial droid. We know he turns up later.
Yeah. So no, it was very well done. The way that literally you could put Rogue One on as soon as Andor season 2 had finished, and it would just it would flow pretty seamlessly because they got the Galen Erso character into, well, not the character, but he was mentioned towards the end of Andor in enough. And it was mentioned enough times that you're thinking, right, okay, so when are we going to meet this Galen Erso? And of course, that's the first person you meet in Rogue One, I think, if I remember it rightly.
It's a shame that Jimmy Mipps was too old to play.
No, well, I read that he couldn't do it, as in he'd got other things and he couldn't move his other things. And he didn't, and he was quite happy for somebody else to play the character because he didn't want to get in the way of them doing what they needed to do. Because obviously it's a massive production. You're basically producing like 4 3-hour movies, and so apparently he didn't, he couldn't get it into his schedule, and so they went with this other guy. And at the end of the day, it's like Mon Mothma. They didn't use the original actress there, but they used somebody that looks vaguely like her, and so that was the.
I just wondered whether he would be a little bit too old to play him.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of getting that way with Diego Luna, because Rogue One was 8 years ago.
God.
Shut up, you nerd! I just said Rogue One was 8 years ago, and this voice from the kitchen goes 9.
That may just be saying no. You may have Germans in the kitchen.
Well, blood better not to.
True.
So it was kind of touch and go because he does look a little older now than he does in. But I think they used beardy stuff because that hides a lot of stuff, and then he when he goes into Rogue One, he's more clean shaven. But it's all gravy.
Well, Accountant 2.
G'day, Cobber.
Rainsy. How you doing?
Andy, how are you, mate?
What's it got to do with you? Don't get personal, Rand. Don't. Just don't, mate. Yeah.
It will have to
I know. I'm 105 today, so yeah, I know. Oh, look at that.
It was your birthday today.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thanks for my cake, Rand.
Oh, I could probably do that. Oh no, your name's not Clint though. Have you seen that? Have you seen the birthday cake that says "Happy Birthday, Clint"?
Yes.
You do have to look that up if you don't know what that looks like. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
They'd call themselves Clint, eh? Ah, you poor little sod.
No.
How are you, Robbie?
I'm good, thanks. You?
Awesome. How about you, Kent? How are you, mate? Are you good?
I'll let you know after I've got this bloody axe working. In the meantime, I'm not actually enjoying life as it stands. Let's put it that way.
You could take up
had
axe
some,
throwing.
I just had some tacos for dinner, and have you guys ever tried that stuff? Doritos.
Doritos. Is it like Desperados? Is it beer with
No, it's
tequila in it?
Non-alcoholic.
Non-alcoholic, even better.
Yeah, it's just a soda from Mexico. Mexico. Eh,
Mexico.
ese. You want to have some soda? I don't think that was very good.
What is this? Awful acting evening.
Yeah. Where are we?
Jim's calling you Clint now, Mr. Spong.
Happy birthday, Clint. Yeah, Clint.
You big Clint.
There we go. Just changed my name.
Happy Clint to me. Alright, I'm going to have to change mine now too.
I preempted.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Yeah, if you can, man. That'd be good. There you go.
Hi, Matt. Hey, Bert.
Hey, Bert.
That was really good.
What I got to
Talking
say
of
to
Bert, have you been indulging yourself in the PB12 now that you've got it back and it's
I
working
have,
and you're able
yes.
to? Yeah.
that? Yes, very much so.
I bet.
Taco stuck in my teeth.
Clinty poos. There we go.
Yeah. Everyone has to be called Clint today.
Yeah. Work.
What did you say?
Clint.
You're 100 and what? How much did you say you were? 100 and...
Oh, 173, I think. It could be. It could be more. It could be more.
Are you a 70s child or a 60s child? Oh, I love that.
I'm insulted that Kent thinks that actually looks like me. I really am. I mean, look, really?
It's got your nose.
Fuck off, he has.
I'll go get some
does
salt.
look like you.
Jesus.
It looks like something out of Fungus the Bogeyman.
Yeah.
Robbie getting salty.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And in answer to your question, Clinty poos, neither.
No, oh, come on. You're not an 80s boy, are you?
A what?
No, he
You
can't.
weren't born in the 80s.
1880s.
1880.
Yeah,
You weren't
1880s
born in-
possibly.
You
Victorian
weren't
Lego
born in the
figure.
90s. Because if you were, you've got a drinking problem if you were born in the 90s. Yeah.
Yep.
Brown-
Close but no cigar, I think is the answer to that. So
No, I said, are you a 60s or a 70s boy? And you said neither.
that's right.
So what are you, 50s?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say that when we celebrated VE the other day, Andrew
I
remembers the
remembered it.
first one.
Yeah, after the Battle of Waterloo.
Wow.
Yeah.
Put it this way, Rance, he's got a park bench named after him.
There it is.
I've got a geological era named after me. ACO head. Yeah, you're right. It can't be my birthday because Facey Bookie doesn't say it is. So
Yeah.
Well, that's
There
why I
we go.
didn't. Yeah, I had no idea.
By the way, the only person that should be getting salty about being called Bert is Azio Head, because that's actually
That's his name.
Hey, Bert. Hey, Bert.
Oh no.
Poor Bert. He's a good
Yeah, Matt, Victorian Lego figure. That was a moment. That really was a moment. Victoria still makes me snigger. Matt called me Victorian Lego figure. We were talking in one of the pubs. It was just brilliant.
I'm trying to work out what the reference is. So Lego, I understand. Victorian, I understand, but Victorian Lego figure, it's kind of not computing.
I don't remember. We were just being generally insulting to each other in the way that only men can when they love each other, right? And he was, I was probably being over the top or something, and he's called someone something, and he just said, "Longhurst, you're a Victorian Lego figure," or something like that. It was one of those moments which just had me howling. It's on your YouTube page, Matt. Let me see if we can find that. That's right, it is, isn't it? Let's see if we can do that.
Boring.
There was the other one, wasn't there? We go, there's the guy that fucks Range Rovers.
Yeah, that one got a bit tired, but you know, it's all good. Where are we? Let's go to, here we go.
See, Robbie's got 4 chairs that spell CUNT, and that's the 4th chair there that he's just got out of because it's got the letter T.
He's got 4 chairs. He's got 4 chairs just to fit his arse on them.
Oh, he went there.
I'll put my headphones on and stop here again, yeah.
Oh shit! I'm in so much trouble now.
Did you just insult the boss?
Matt Evans, yeah, certainly did. Matt Evans, here we go.
Come on, girl.
It's on my YouTube page. All right, you're gone, mate.
I'm trying to find your YouTube page as opposed to Dracula or Top Gear or
Matt Evans.
Give us a link.
It's not the first Matt Evans that comes up. I can give you that.
No, it's definitely not the first one that comes up.
I don't think his YouTube page is called Matt Evans.
No, I don't think it can be. I can't. I know this, but I can't remember what it is. Ian Jacobs.
I can't remember what it is, Matt. You need to
show more.
remind us.
You're not Matt Armstrong. I know that.
Or LeBlanc.
No, certainly not Matt LeBlanc.
I'm just looking at this other Matt Evans' page. It's hilarious.
Oh wow, Matt, what's your page? Well, just give us a link. Give us a clue.
I don't think he can.
Give me 5 minutes and I'll put it right up. Oh yeah, I've heard that about you before.
What?
Haley told me that.
Right up what?
Haley.
Oh.
I need to do an enormous sniff. Hang on a sec. How do I mute myself? Here we go. There we go. All good.
Yeah,
All
that's
that's
got rid of it.
spicy food.
All that spicy food and cocaine, I know. There we go. Try Matt at Matt Evans 7884. There we go.
All right, Mr. Wags.
Giving it a go now. Thank you, Mr. Wag.
I reckon Wags is like the database of everything.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
There it is. Mate. It's on his YouTube page. Okay.
Yeah, it is. Search for Victorian. There we go, gotcha.
Victorian Lego figure, Kent's Pub. Ah,
Victorian Lego.
4 months ago.
Thank you. Really? She opened the door for me.
Oh.
There you go.
I had a coffee.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted.
No, I said I had one.
Where do you want that?
I'll just pop them down. Anywhere will do, lovey.
Oh, I get it now. Ah,
Not quite like that.
There you go.
I pop them down.
Mind you, though, I have to say the hairstyle has changed a little bit in 4 months. Slightly.
It changes all the time. My hair has got an independent life. It goes to museums, opens up supermarkets, knobs and strap. What else has he got on here? This is just brilliant. I loved. Oh God.
That is a good YouTube channel, mate. I must admit, I'm enjoying it.
Longhurst loves it. Look at that one. That's really funny. Where are we?
No. The answer is.
Oh,
Why? What were you expecting?
fuel line.
Got it. Victorian Lego figure. Yeah, Victorian Lego figure. It's about 3 or 4 clicks across on his video for you videos thing. Let's have a quick
I
look.
got it already. All good. Do you want me? I can't link it because I need to be one of those dudes. I'll chuck the link into can we chat in this bloody stupid thing? Yeah, we can. Here we go. Into StreamYard, and then someone who has moddy powers can share that with everyone. Robbie, do you have mod powers?
I'm just sorting it out. Yep.
Powers of mod.
You're a good fella. Don't listen to what they say about you, mate. You're a good fella.
Yeah. Matt, you're a genius, mate.
His views are not the same as our views.
And at
but
least-
it doesn't mean
And at least he's got hair. So
not a lot. Not a lot.
what?
Not a great deal.
You've not got
Steady.
great hair, eh?
No.
Come on, Justin. Come and defend yourself. Yeah.
Longhurst, I may not have hair, but at least I don't look like a Victorian Lego figure.
Zing.
That is so.
That's
Ooh.
my,
best, Matt.
that's my moniker from now on.
Victorian Lego figure. Fucking hell.
Lego figure.
That is
I
brilliant.
never tire of that.
You're a
I
good
never ever tire of that.
That is good.
Yeah.
I still think the best one was that one I pulled on Brooksy.
Hello, Keithy.
What was that,
Keith.
Ken?
That was a good one, I must admit.
I loved the Jim Glue album one. That was brilliant. That was just
got
out
it.
of the blue. Yeah.
Hello, Fluff.
Like and subscribe. I've subscribed already, mate. I'll be your 35th subscriber. There you go.
Where are
Done.
we? Let's. In fact,
Like
that's
that.
exactly what I'm going to do.
Done, fella.
I thought I had already, but for some reason, here we go.
There is a bit of a likeness to a Lego figure. I'm just trying to think which one it was.
One of the fat ones.
No, you know they've got those. They have those like hairdos, don't they? You know, the
Yeah.
little plastic hairdos that you snap on.
There we go.
Yes.
Subscribed.
So Andrew does first thing in the morning, snap his hair on.
Snap it on.
I crack one off. I don't snap it on. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear.
Hang on, I just.
Right. Subscribed. There's too much great stuff on here, Matt, to not be subscribed. Yeah. Yeah. So how's it going in Australia, young Clinty Poos?
Yeah, good man. Good man. Did a little bit of rearranging this Arvo. Good bit of Australian slang there. I put the System 8 right in front of me now. I feel like
Oh, right.
a bit of love. It's been in the back corner. Over there somewhere. I don't know, somewhere in those corners for a long time. Actually, Robbie, you'll be happy. Move the chair in that direction. If I go like that, Robbie, and point there, you should recognise that synth.
It's one of the Yamahas.
It is.
It's a bit
indeed.
small.
Well, there's both Yamahas up there, actually. They're both Yamahas up top. It's the...
Oh, DX72's on the left and the
DX72.
CS1X on the right.
yeah,
There you go.
beautiful. So
that-
the X7 had been sitting like vertically, and it kept getting moved around, put on a little stand, moved back, you know, for about a year. I actually looked at an old video of mine and saw it there. I thought, what? I needed to put it up permanently. So I've put the System 8 here, I want to make some patches on it because it's very knobby.
It's a really good want to get in there and play with it synth. It's just so ridiculously tactile.
It just suffers from an aftertouch deficiency. That's the only problem with it.
See?
I thought it responded to it though over MIDI.
Yeah, it does, buddy. Yeah, it does. But it's a bit of a pain. So you can do it. You can make patches and you can make them respond to aftertouch, but you got to do a bit of menu diving.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So it
doesn't
sucks.
I thought the System 8 had aftertouch. Is it just that your keyboard doesn't?
No, it doesn't.
Really?
It doesn't.
Nope.
Yeah. Complete utter bonkers decision by Roland. It was.
Well,
That's
apparently
new to me.
somebody looked at the
I
board.
mean, nobody's
And where
surprised though.
Well, where there should have been chips and stuff for aftertouch, there was everything on the board. It just wasn't populated.
Yeah.
So it's got
Yeah,
the facilities if they'd implemented it.
Keyboard is completely devoid of it, so there's no, it's not like they've got aftertouch on the keyboard and it was never implemented. So you'd have to completely replace the keyboard and then solder some chips in and then work out how to reprogram the firmware, which would be a bit of a task. But yeah, I know. Why did they do that? It's just scratch head stuff.
Indeed, it was Wagyu.
It's always possible that the AT is already actually in the software.
How long is it since you've seen one of these?
I'd say that's the first time.
Seconds.
Really? These used to be very, very popular in racks. I've got
You could be my
two of
first one.
those and one of the 24-way ones. And thinking it still feels fairly clean, so I might get this up and running as the hub for all the instruments, along with the 24. The
aftertouch on the JDXA feels shit too. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same as the aftertouch on the D50.
Aftertouch on my D50 is lovely.
Yeah, but yours has had a bit of work.
It's just had a lot of fucking work recently. And it's
well done for doing that.
Well, apparently, yeah. Well, I've done much to it. All the switches got replaced, all 54 of them.
Wow, 54.
Yeah.
You did that,
Good lad.
and it's not caught fire.
No, 2 hours to remove them and about 25 minutes to solder them all in.
And you didn't melt them.
Nope, not this time.
Bloody hell.
I've got 2 brand new
He learns.
volume and aftertouch sliders on the way, because even though I've cleaned them out, they're a bit scratchy and shit. I've got a new key coming. Homegrown sent me a new pitch bend thing for it, so it should be beautiful by the time it's all put together. It's working fine now, but just needs those little touches.
Actually, I know what aftertouch was really crap with Roland. It was the XP30. You guys ever tried an XP30?
No.
The aftertouch, if I stood on it, it would probably just work. There's like a serious amount of like this just to get the aftertouch to work.
Nope. Shit. It's too far.
Maybe these System 8's like that. We just haven't discovered it yet. Just got to snap your keys off.
Sledgehammer, just activate it. Yeah.
Someone want to try it for me?
Oh, you idiot. Have you just soldered in the
Send the
wrong
builder Kent. It's his show.
Nothing to do with me, mate.
So I've just had a renewal come through for the AA, the Automobile Association Roadside
Alcoholics
Recovery.
Anonymous.
All of that.
There'll be one or the other, won't it?
Is that
It's
alcohol?
got. I've been with them for years, gold member, platinum member, whatever it is. It's gone up from 227 a year to 342. Right,
Bloody hell.
in a year. And it says, your gold benefits just keep going. That's how we roll. What, by fucking stitching me up, you bastards? So I'm not very happy with them, and I'm going to go and find another provider now. They didn't cover themselves in glory when I did break down last year. So, yeah, time to move on.
Our Royal Automobile Club here has sold its insurance division to some publicly listed company that aren't even based here anymore, and they've had 110 years of history down the poop pole. Literally overnight. No one got asked either. They just did it. Because
Yeah, that's
apparently
happened
their
over here a
insurance-
few times. Yeah.
Because apparently they can do it with insurance. They just can't do it with the car, the what do you call it, roadside.
Well, here's the thing. The AA did exactly that over here, but they made the AA recovery. That has become an insurance. So you're insured against breaking down. So if you do break down, they do all this stuff, but it's an insurable thing. So they've moved the whole thing into insurance, essentially. And that's why the prices are going through the fucking roof. It's unbelievably crass.
That is stupid. Well, that'll happen here next, I guess, because they just tend to copy. So we've got that to look forward to.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think I've bought separate. I don't think I bought separate breakdown cover. Jesus, I used to be an AA member many years ago, but now it's more affordable to just get it on your insurance, your car insurance, and then just you can specify whether you want roadside, home start, all that kind of stuff. And it costs a little bit more on your insurance, but I think overall it's cheaper than doing it separately now.
But I think, the money's one thing, but also their service is utterly shit. I've got to say, RAC seem to be providing better service, so they guarantee getting you to wherever you need to go to, and not taking all night to do it, and 5 different stops and different people handing over from area to area, which is what happened the last time I had an issue.
A lot of it nowadays is kind of contracted out, so you'll get a local guy come out to you, and not necessarily one that's branded, RAC or Green Flag or whoever else it might be, and they just contract it out to the nearest. Because there was a guy around Colchester way that started up his company some years ago, and he was a breakdown services provider, but he actually provided no breakdown services himself. He got all the other breakdown services providers in the area, and then I think eventually the country, and they would pay, or they would sign up to his service, and for every piece of work he sent them, he took a cut. And so they were getting all this business through him, and he was getting all this money, just through syndicating it. Basically, it was very clever.
Yeah, it's a good model.
How much would you boys buy or pay for a Kurzweil K2000 RS sampler?
Bloody hell!
Don't know. I haven't got any interest in Kurzweil stuff.
About 250.
250.
About 250.
350.
I have to plug my little thing in. Tell him he's dreaming. All right, yeah, this one's a bit overpriced then, but it does have expansion stuff. I guess it depends on what the expansion stuff does.
Got the internal drive?
Yeah, it's got the 64 meg sample RAM. It's got the floppy. Does it have the vast in here as well? That's what I want to know.
I wouldn't have thought so. If it's a sampler.
Is it just a sample player, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like the sound of the Kurzweils. I like the big, the 2600s and those. They're really, really good.
Same.
They sound amazing, but they badly need a refresh, I think.
Well, they've been trying. They've had a couple of recent releases over the last couple of years.
And you got the 2700, which is not bad, and then you got the 2061 and the 2088, which is just basically the synth engines, but not the workstation parts.
Yeah, watered down a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
isn't it owned by a Korean company now? Isn't it?
Yeah. They're still just rehashing the Vast system though, and the Vast system is so old. I don't know
Yeah,
how
but
much more they can rehash it. It is good.
It's such a
I'm
good
not gonna
thing.
lie,
They
it's
could,
good.
they could redo the whole VAST system on a Linux or Raspberry Pi or something. They could. It's an astonishing system, and it would be perfectly suited for that. Perfectly suited for that.
This listing is saying it has Vast version 3.87 as a screenshot of the LCD display.
Okay.
So I actually didn't know the sample player had Vast in it, which actually makes this a little bit more interesting.
It certainly does. Yeah.
My old 2000's kitted out to the hilt. Really must bring it back down from the attic. I want to use it again.
Yeah, the K2000 features Vast.
Yeah.
And then has various options. So the
sample banks. Yeah.
Yeah, so the RS is the same as the standard rack mount, but comes with the sampling option and 2 meg of sample RAM from the factory.
Yeah, so this has got the 64 meg, so this has been upgraded. And it's got the 3.87 Kelvin OS. And it starts rabbiting on about how many presets there are, which is actually not bad. A couple of thousand presets. And then it's got the program RAM expansion, which holds another 800 odd presets.
Yeah.
And they've got some floppy disks too that claim to be Oberheim matrix banks.
So yeah, basically there are 5 expansion options: sampling, orchestral, or contemporary PCM ROM banks, PRAM, memory expansion, sample RAM, and internal hard drive. So it sounds like what you've got there is almost maxed out.
Yeah, sounds it.
Yeah, so they're saying here it's got the world order, the stereo ground, and what was the other thing? There's another 800 presets available to load more stuff in, which you can just download through.
That's the
whatever.
PRAM, yeah.
Yep, that's the PRAM. And then there's the floppies with the Oberheim matrix on it. Analog synth bank. What else are they saying? Oh, I don't like that though. Batteries, 3 AA batteries is how you back up. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Is that right?
Yeah, they're all like that.
Oh, that is crap. That
Oh,
wouldn't last long at all.
Oh, they do. They last quite a considerable
Yeah,
amount of time.
there's not a massive drain on those, is there?
Well, what's a considerable amount of time? Like a year?
No.
Years.
I think I changed mine after about 10 years.
Okay.
But you want to do it slightly quicker than that because they are prone to leak.
Yeah.
But the battery compartment, they can leak, they can explode. It's not going to actually damage the unit.
You stick some lithiums in there, you'll be fine, won't you?
Yeah, but the battery unit is well away from anything delicate.
Like me.
Unlike Roland.
So this has got 4 stereo individual outs plus a stereo mix out on it. And it also has a digital out, and I'm interested to know what the digital out is on it. It's one of those 3-pin digital cable ones, which is like the XLR style.
It's like my one, it would be like a phono.
Right. And Scuzzy. Just for Robbie.
Scuzzy.
Oh, love it.
Gaggy.
The manual for it's like that thick.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Massive book.
I don't know. It doesn't seem to be too bad, the price for that.
One more. How much do they want for it?
$675 US.
About 500 quid.
Yeah,
So it's about double what Kenty Poo said before, but this has got a bit more than just the
Yeah,
standard.
but it does
stock,
have a
right?
lot of upgrades in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it had been a standard one, I was saying 250, but it's not. Yeah, not terrible.
I'll have to put a voltage. I think I have to put a voltage thing in it. I'm just trying to read the bottom of it. Might be able to switch it inside. There's 2 different voltage settings on here. You might be able to turn it. You know how like some of the older Roland rack stuff, you could just flick a switch inside and they went from 110 to 240. 220/240.
I don't remember mine having it though.
My D550 had it.
Yeah. A lot of the older machines did, funny enough. It's only lately they stopped doing it.
Young Chang Aki is the Korean company that made this back in the day. So I'm wondering if Young Chang Aki Co. Limited is... No, I doubt it. It'd be funny though if it was.
Line check this in a while. See if it's noisy or not, because the freaking Soundcraft is terrible. So
I mean, I just want a Kurzweil because apparently they were like the go-to clav, digital clav sound from the 80s, because one of the founding fathers of Kurzweil was Stevie Wonder.
Mm. Oh, they definitely had a sound of their own, that's for sure. And so many of them as well.
Yeah.
Where you could have like an entire track as a single preset. Like, it's an amazing thing.
Oh yeah. Some of their later workstations are pretty powerful.
Well, even the 2000, I mean, I got a preset where it plays the whole of the first track of Dark Side of the Moon. It's one single preset. Man, it's absolutely mental, mate.
I don't know how they got the filter to sound so good, being digital and everything. They did a really good job of that, actually. On the VAST system, that is, I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, I think there was a point where the VAST was considered to be the future.
Oh,
Didn't
yeah.
quite work out that way, but... Finally.
Well, when I was a young'un in the 90s, in my 20s, I used to salivate over owning a Kurzweil because they were really, really out of our reach money-wise in those days.
They were pricey.
Very. And I used to want to get myself a 2000.
Yeah.
Or a 2500 even. Which was
I had a
bit newer.
2500 and preferred my 2000.
Yeah, I've heard a few people say that. What's the reason?
I don't know. I couldn't put couldn't give you a tangible reason for why. I just preferred my rack. It's weird.
Yeah. I was under the impression that the only difference between the two was just the increased polyphony and extra, memory and stuff because of the, age difference.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just weird, isn't it?
Sometimes the audio treatment at the back of these things do sound different, though, right? We know this.
Yeah. What am I doing? Where am I? Who is this? What am I doing? Oh, no, that's not...
Cross the red wire with the green wire.
Yep. I'm trying to put it on the wrong way round. I've got this bloody circuit board up the wrong way.
So, Robbie, you didn't get sick from super booth?
No, well, not yet.
Well,
Anyway,
buddy. Well, you'd
Not
probably
yet.
be in the clear now, wouldn't you? It's been a week, hasn't it?
yeah, got back a week yesterday. I mean, the missus has got a terrible cold, and I don't seem to have picked that up either. So, yeah, I seem to be doing okay. I mean, I haven't heard. Have you heard? I haven't heard that things have been going round, but
I haven't heard either. I think a lot of people have come back.
well, I think it's the
Doing
beauty of Super Booth, the fact that it's like 60% outside, 40% inside, and because of the fact that lots of stuff is going on outside, obviously that's a more conducive environment for not getting the stuff. And also on the inside, because everything's so spread out, you're not sort of like rammed in. I mean, the only times you're ever sort of like in a really condensed crowd is when Moog were doing their live performances with Lisa and Alex at 2 and 4 in the afternoon. Like, people would crowd into that room, and that's, that'd be the only time things got really crowded. So yeah, it's probably just a bit of that, and sunshine, vitamin C, drugs, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it is a music place, so why not?
Yeah, there was some aromas, shall we say?
Why not?
Indeed.
Went to my uncle's house when I was a teenager. It's like smells a little bit like tea, but it's not tea.
Yeah. What's going on here?
I've got a tempo thing on this System 8 going, fluctuating between 154 to 156, and I'm not touching a single thing on the synth. It's weird.
Ghost in the machine.
Oh yeah, something definitely going weird there.
Right, gents, I've got to run off. I will catch up with you later.
Didn't even know you were fucking here.
I know.
See you, Matty boy.
Ta-da.
Good on you.
See you later.
Now, what do I want to do here? Mixer. Let's turn all these oscillators down. Alright, it sounds a bit boring, but let's make it sound better.
You go to turn it off. Oh, are you coming up, Noah?
Oh, excuse me. Fudge.
Now we need to change the oscillator type. This thing just is so variable. It is insane how variable the synth is. Like I went from like a brassy thing to whatever that is in a split second. And then you can cross mod the crap out of it. .24 dB, 18 dB. High pass the crap out of it.
Come on in, I'll grab you. Come and stick your mate, yeah. Yay! Hello!
Hey Noah.
Oh.
Alright, now we need some modulation on this sucker.
Why is the bottom C sticking? What's going on, boys?
New modules may take bloody hell. Yeah.
Right, one of these. Which one is it?
It's the broken one.
Yes.
It's the one that's not working. I can tell you that now, mate.
Now it's down somewhere.
Have you got noise reduction on your mic settings there, Clinty Poos?
Hmm?
Stereo audio, background noise.
Stereo audio is on, but everything else is off. It's off.
Try switching stereo audio off and then back on again.
Off.
And then
Now
back
it's
on.
off. Now it's on.
Yeah, it's on, mate.
That crackly sound is me though. I'm doing that on purpose.
Okay.
That's without it.
All right.
That's with it. Now you can hear the stereo.
With some noise or ring or something. Ooh.
Cross mod. Oh, there's a little bit of noise on there. I can turn the noise off. Cross moddy.
Gotta love cross modding.
This sounds a little bit lacking in bottom end for some weirdness reason.
Yeah.
Turn the sync off. Whoa, that tail on that sounds amazing. Stick that digital synth in your pipe and smoke it.
Like a little boy.
I reckon we need to give it a bit of an attack on it. Save it somewhere.
Huh?
Menu, patch, shift, right, patch.
Come on. Find a thread here. That'll do you. Where are the others? That is the question. I think we need to regroup. shall we have a bit of a tidy up, sweetheart? Oi, oi, oi. Hey. Yeah, well. We'll start. Right. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, here we go.
This needs a bit of flange-tastic. It's getting good.
Robbie,
Mm.
that sound.
Oh, what the...
B1.
Say again.
B1
B1.
on the
B1 and B2.
PB.
Oh, sorry. Bank 3, patch 1.
Right, okay.
Actually, I knocked just a little 8-bar demo up
Yeah.
of with what was kind of going on in my head. The more I listen to it, the more I'm maybe not so in love with it. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just I've heard it a little bit too much.
Yeah, there is a point where you are sort of like fed up with it, aren't you?
Yeah.
And then you add something to it and you go, yeah, okay.
Let me just see if this is
People
patched
that
in.
invent cables that do that.
Yeah. Are you popping again?
I
Yeah,
take them
when-
on a camping trip.
Yeah. When he
We'll
comes
take them
down
on a
the
camping
garden-
trip and tell them that, we're going to give them a nice camping holiday. People that invent those cables.
Yeah.
And then they just won't come home.
Lost in the woods forever. Robbie, when
Yes, mate.
Noah comes down the garden with me,
Yeah.
and he's behind me, all you can hear is this tick, 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 tick of his collar.
Yeah.
Do you know where he is at all times now?
Bless him.
Let's see if we can get this
Right.
System 8 to go into the MXR flangey pangy.
Oh yeah, do that.
Right, you listening, Kent?
I am indeed, sir.
So we started off with this little riff, didn't we? So let me just do that. I added a synthesizer. Wait a minute.
You got echo cancellation
I
or
have.
something on?
I've just
Yeah, get rid of
realised.
that.
Yeah.
It does sound like it.
Let me just get rid of it's the background noise. Right. Okay. Let's do that again. Right. So I put a synthesized bass line in there. And then I put the drums in. And that's what I came up with.
Okay.
But it doesn't have to go that way. I was just messing around. That's kind of what I had in my head with this kind of halftime, sort of like proggy
Yeah, it's
drum
got a
beat.
big, like aggressive look to it.
Yeah, I think it's probably because of just seen Stephen Wilson, so I'm kind of in that mode.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But
Well, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Outrageous beat code at the top.
Do something with those drums.
Less reverb on it.
On the drums.
Yeah. Make it more dark room. Get more of a, like a dark pub room environment.
Do that.
Yeah, okay.
That's very loud, Robbie.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the drums.
They're very loud. Yeah. We can't hear you. What did you say, Andrew?
Pardon?
Hmm?
Pardon? What?
Who? Who, dear? Who?
Let me stick them through. I'll tell you what, I'll stick them through.
Now become Noah can.
With those drums, you could use those as a key for a vocoder and bang something through a vocoder. Use the drums trigger. Bop, 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 bop. Be great.
Mm.
Drums and
Stick 'em
vocoders
through.
are always good. Oh, that's nice.
How about we try this?
Bit sci-fi. The only thing is, friggin' quieter than a church mouse.
That's more cohesive, Robbie.
Yeah. Bring the PB12 back a bit.
There we go.
You have the PB12 start off as the track progresses.
I've got a dodgy cable.
Right.
Yep. Dodgy. Dodge.
You want to go out again through that? Do you? Go up. Go on in. What's going on again? No, he stopped as soon as he hits sunlight. He goes, no, lay down. This is nice and warm. Okay. I know where you're coming from, Fred. Oh dear.
Right.
There we go. Better cable now.
Hey.
I'm going to do some wiring, so I will be back in a while. See
Okay.
whether or not we can get this 1820 up and running.
Yeah.
See you in a minute.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Oh, I love analog effects.
Yeah.
I love them. I love them. Digital synths going through analog effects. Makes me hard.
Analog going through analog effects.
Yeah, that too. I think it needs to go through the Juno chorus now.
You got it.
Store purchases.
Juno chorus. Got to hear it.
Right, yeah, let's start next one.
Now, Juno chorus is number 2. So that's the flanger going through the chorus, because the chorus is stereo in the Juno.
Yeah.
So you got modulated going through modulated. Oh, it's just biting everything up.
Funny, Juno chorus sounds weird without all the noise.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can turn the noise on though.
Can you really?
Yeah, you can. This is a proper MN 3009 chip,
Oh, right.
and it's actually a Panasonic chip too.
Wow.
It's not an X5 chip; it's a Panasonic chip.
Sweet.
I reckon we need to make it weirder.
Somewhere.
What happened to the YouTube channel? There it is.
Oh, I know. Idiot.
Alright, let's go up to a higher sound. See how it handles it up here. Alright, now that's what it sounds like going through the two analog effects. This is what it sounds like without any effects. Putting the effects back on, I'll do a wet dry mix. This is going to sound really stupid, but do you know what I miss?
Go on.
I miss my ring mod pedal from Moog, the Mogafoga ring mod pedal. And
Yeah.
because I actually don't have a Moog ring mod here.
Huh.
I've only got a Beckett's, what do you call it? Beckett's Dream Rachel module, which is not Moog. It's a CS80 clone. How's your father? Yeah. Close, but no cigar. But
Yeah.
I would love a little module that does the ring mod, the Mogafoga ring mod.
Nearly got it.
Now less is more, they say in the classics. So let's back this off a bit. So you can just hear that sort of flapping around underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do. I'm happy with that.
Alright.
Five minutes with the System 8.
Cool.
I can't remember if you told me what that is that's in front of you.
Axe.
Oh, axe. I was about to say Odyssey, but then I thought, no, it's not deep enough.
Yeah, it's little baby Odyssey. Technically, isn't it?
Little baby, yeah. What's wrong with it? Lots of things?
Well, pretty much everything. Initially, been in a flood.
Yeah, they don't like floods.
No, they do not like floods at all. And very unhappy bunny it was too.
Andy, how are you, buddy? So is it like full of sediment and shit, or is it just all short-circuited because it's been in the flood?
Yeah, that's
All the above.
basically just loads of shit and detritus that's built up in her. But apparently there was loads of shit and detritus built up in her before the flood. So
Well, now that I've saved that patch, I think we can move on from it and try something else.
right, that should be.
I mean, technically I can make a Jupiter sound in this thing, Jupiter 8 sound.
Yeah.
But every time I do, it just sounds so cliche. And you just think to yourself, yeah, that's awesome, but
Yeah.
we've heard it a million times.
You can get some pretty wild sounds out of the JP8. The thing is, when you do those kind of sounds, it's very hard to justify it being a Jupiter 8 sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, if I got camera on,
See what that does when I
zoom out, out.
Okay, preliminary test time.
Bang!
Yeah, basically.
Banga, bang, banga, banga.
You know what? I think every single strip plug that I have has at least one socket on it that you can't put a plug into anymore. There's always one. Yeah, red light. What's not working? Why? Oh, I know why. Right, okay. No, that doesn't. Because I put the wrong one in again. Is that what it is?
It's the wrong controller. External out to big sky. Insert audio in from big sky.
Maybe a little calibration.
Sounded pretty good though.
Yeah, it sounds alright. Apart from...
That annoying hiss? No.
No, if there's anything... It's the gate click.
That's the big sky, Andy. I mean, technically I could get more reverb if I decided to push it to 50 seconds or whatever the stupid tail on that thing can do. Nothing quite like the tire screech or elephant noise coming out of a JBL. Elephant noise. You're gonna have to sample that one for me.
Is that working?
Excuse me.
Oh,
Is it the synthesizer or you?
I believe it's the fifth.
That should be a t-shirt.
Completely owning up to it.
Why do I need a Disting NT, Andy? Because Distings are good. I mean, I've already got two Disting.
Well, I've always heard that distings are better than dattings.
Yes, Robbie.
Standing in for Andrew again.
Yeah.
Doing the dad jokes again.
What a wanker.
Yeah.
Filter works.
Did a fart like that? Now, does this work? That's the question. Here we go.
Reminds me, I need to install Windows 98 VM.
That sound was always okay, except when you heard it and you never shut it down. You think, "What? Wait!"
Yeah. Whoa.
Should we play with this?
Stranger.
This is the black back. So these are the original 80s ones.
Right.
So they're not like the digital clones that you get now. The BF2, the purple beast. I'm gonna have to find a. Is that 9 or 12 volts? ACA 240. 12 volts. I need 12 volts. if I could be bothered going into the bucket with all me woolworts and finding a 12-volt power adapter. It sounds quite healthy.
Still got to try those Roland Cloud Boss pedals that have just come out.
Yeah, they look really cool actually.
Yeah, I've put them on. I've just not put them through anything.
That BF2 and the green phaser should be in there.
You get the DS1 distortion, the OD1 overdrive, the SD1 super overdrive, the PH1 phaser, and then the CS1 compression sustainer, SP1 spectrum, SG1 slow gear, and the TW1 TWA.
I'll go get me phaser.
So why isn't that showing up?
Sorry, Mike. That one.
Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah. I was saying the other day, I used to remember going into the local music store and they had a big glass counter and they had all of the pedals lined up in colour order. So, you know, went from yellows to greens to blues to, you know, whatever. Looked amazing.
I got the chorus one in the other drawer as well, but these are the original analog ones. So I'm looking for them. They are beautiful pedals, absolutely beautiful.
Nice.
Probably take 9-volt battery. Maybe I could just chuck a 9-volt battery in here. Yeah. Why is it 12 volts but it takes a 9-volt battery?
Dunno.
That is kind of strange, isn't it?
Unless it takes the 12 volts. Cause can you daisy chain the power on those things?
You can.
So I wonder if it takes a 12 volt so that if you daisy chain a few together, they're all still getting enough juice. Or not, I don't know. I've got no idea.
It's got a pretty low serial number on it, that thing. The green one.
Why is this reverb not showing up?
Now.
I definitely am going to have a look at those. Are they in there now, are they?
Ultimate level only at the moment, so yeah, if you got ultimate, you should be fine.
Yeah, I got ultimate. Not you, I don't want you, go away. Oh, don't tell me to update. I just updated you. You nasty piece of work. I don't know if I could be bothered updating it.
Oh, hang on. Robert's saying 12 volts unregulated supply gets regulated to around 7.5, 8. So there you go.
Alright. So it's mucking around with it inside. Fair enough.
Afternoon, Robert. Where you been?
Oh, is it? Do you do it? Oh, okay. Did I have to switch into Boss? Did I?
Yeah, you have to go to software effects and then you've got Boss pedals or something. It's in the manager there.
Because I mean, you know how when you start it up, it goes Roland, Boss.
Yeah.
Your experience. Yeah, I think I clicked on Roland.
If you click on Roland, it'll still show up. You just have to go to
okay.
software effects.
I wish it'd give you the option to just buy.
Well,
We
they
can.
kind of do. They kind of do with some of their stuff, but
Yeah?
it's not cheap. That's the thing that sucks about it. Yeah, I mean, I had Ultimate for so long. They gave you the free lifetime option every now and then, and I've got quite a few through that. The one I got that I thought was really good value was the XV.
Like the 5080.
5080, because you get so many sounds on it. So many. It's like, wow. And I've got the lifetime for that, so that's good.
Yeah, they messed me around at the end of last year because I could have sworn blind that I had got, because I've been a cloud subscriber now at ultimate level since like day one. Every year they give you 2 more lifetime keys, and then I took advantage of some promo offers like this Play for Life promo where they give you some more keys, and I could have sworn blind, although I didn't take any pictures because I didn't realise I'd need them, that I had every single software instrument and effects plugin, and that the only ones that I didn't have as a lifetime key were the ones that aren't actual recreations of instruments, so that, you know, the crappy stuff that you don't really sort of want that much. And then when they started sending me the V drums to review, they said, "Oh, we'll give you all the DWE software, and you know, have you got a Rolling Cloud account?" And I said, "Yes." And so I get an email through at the end of November saying, "Thank you for thank you for cancelling your subscription." And I'm like, "What? I didn't cancel my subscription." So I went into the system, and it said there are 2 systems. There's your Rolling Cloud account, and then there's the Fast Spring accounts system that tells you, shows you all your invoices and what you've paid. And they refunded me the difference in my subscription, that took it from the end of November to the beginning of May when it renewed. So they refunded me like 30 or 40 quid. And then my account says that I'm not subscribed, but I am an ultimate subscriber. So I emailed them, and first of all, I emailed the guy at DW Roland Drums, and he said, "Oh yeah, they've done something to your account, so we can comp you the DW software and some of the drum kits. But I'll put you through to this other guy in Roland Cloud," and he puts me through to this other fella, and he says, "Oh yeah, what we have to do is we take your Roland Cloud account and we stop it and we turn it into a free ultimate account." And go, do okay, fine. And then I went to look at my lifetime keys, and I swear I've lost some. But the thing is, I had no proof. And they sent me a list of all of the plugins that I'd got as lifetime keys, either just through regular membership or through the promos. And I swear there's some missing on there. And I was a little bit peeved. But they said, "Don't worry, you haven't lost anything, and when because the free thing will only last 6 months, is what they give you. So you can review all the stuff. They give you 6 months free." And it's just a pain in the ass. And I looked the other day and I thought, actually, because this was around the time of year that I would be renewing. So apparently my 6 months free runs out next week. So and now I need to find out, because I don't want to lose my membership. Otherwise, all that stuff. It's an absolute fucking ball ache.
And now you know why.
Yeah.
Subscription systems.
Well, it would have been fine had I not been doing these reviews and they'd not gone in. There must be an easier and a more elegant way to put NFRs and stuff or whatever through the cloud, rather than completely converting an account from ultimate to, well, it's still ultimate, but it's on one screen it says that I don't have a subscription, and the other screen it says I have an Ultimate membership. So it's really weird. But
Back.
there you go.
Oh, I heard all that too, by the way. Just my camera just went.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you've told me that before, Robbie, and it kind of really sucks. But it'd be nice if they could just read your email and go, "Yep, cool, we'll sort it out for you."
Well, I'll see what happens in next week, when, according to the system, this free period, 6-month free period, runs out, and do they automatically resubscribe me at the ultimate level and charge my credit card, or do they just cut me loose and I have to redo it again? So I've got a note in my little reminders to have me check over the sort of weekend when it's doing it. But yeah, I have to admit I've been thinking, do I really want to continue to subscribe? Because I've got the keys for everything that I want, really, but they'll bring something new out to entice me back in, the bastards.
So there's the boss.
That's the one.
There's the bossy there, and I don't know why it's saying demo mode. You suck. I just friggin' entered my password. Grr. Anyway,
Another reason I'd like subscription.
There's the phaser. I mean, that phaser looks like mine, except it doesn't have the R next to it. What does it sound like? Let's have a listen. Let's turn the big sky off. Let's get a better patch. Sounds like a phaser. What else do we have here? We have overdrive. Pretty cool. Another overdrive. Demo mode, guys. Distortion. Is that it? Yep. Then we go back the other way. Compressor. And each of these have got patches that you can change. Like bright, compressor. Is there anything else there? Oh, what's spectrum? Like a saturator, is it? It's almost like a saturator, I reckon. And what else do we have? Other way. Slow gear. Slow attack. Okay, yeah. If you don't, people that don't know how to use envelopes. Wah, here we go. Let's go up touch wah. I don't think it's working, is it?
Yeah, I'll just stop playing.
There we go. Alright. And that's it. So they're all the ones that you get. So you get the T-wah, the slow gear, the spectrum, the compressor, sustainer, the phaser, the super overdrive, the distortion. There you go. Lots of fun goodies. Goody yum yums.
I think I've still got a load of boss pedals up in the attic.
How do I change my camera back? Hey, look at that, it worked without crashing. Actually, I might even be able to do this. He's pondering whether I can change cameras. If it works, we are in luck. Video. Bangs. Hello, System 8. You lovely thing, you. So, probably should turn the boss pedal off now.
Hey, did you put up next Saturday's show
Me, yeah.
already?
Yeah, I did. I know,
Yeah.
what's going on, eh? What's going on? Organisation and stuff, eh?
When I saw it, it said one waiting, other than me, so there was two waiting, and this was like Sunday night, I think it was. It's like,
Who's waiting?
mate, that's keen.
That's friggin' keen. When did I do it? Yeah, I did it Sunday.
Monday? Yeah, Sunday.
Yeah, I did it Sunday, yeah. I don't normally do it that early, but I think I was just like, oh, I better do that, and did it.
Yeah, because I missed the last bit of the show, and I was sort of like, no, I'll catch up now. And I saw it, and I thought, well, that's it. You know, we clicked on it, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
and it said two waiting. I'm like, wow.
No, I definitely didn't do it straight after the other show finished because I obviously went to bed and then woke up
Yeah.
and did it the next
Oh
day.
yeah.
And then that would have been like next day, wake up, take the son out to play soccer, then come
Yeah.
home, then pick the daughter up, take her out to play soccer, and then come home. It would have been in the afternoon some stage,
Yeah.
my time. So it would have been at least 12, 15 hours later.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that I'm gonna put that Boss phaser pedal through a little an A and B comparison. I want to see what it sounds like with the real one. Mind you, though, technically this is an R. This is an R, not just a PH1. I don't know if there's much difference. Rob, you can tell us if there's any difference. You're the
I have no idea about Boss pedals. They're pretty colours that make things sound different. That's all I know.
I wonder what the R stands for.
Hang on, I'm just googling it now. Boss phaser PH1 versus PH1R. Someone's going to tell me. Oh, it adds resonance. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I've got a little resonance
Of course.
knob.
And of course, Wags is already there.
The little
He-
knob
he's
in the
just
middle.
He can type
that's
faster.
Yeah, the PH1 only had the two knobs, didn't it?
Yeah. Does this one have
Right
two
in
knobs?
amount.
I've only got one knob, so I wouldn't know what it's like to
Yeah.
have two knobs.
I barely got that.
I mean, I get very jealous about people who've got two knobs.
Well, I found out
Oh yeah,
two things
it's only
yesterday.
got one knob.
Found out two things yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a
Shit.
9-inch penis, and Fiona doesn't know how to use a ruler.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah. Gary
that's a good
Delaney. I think
Just don't turn around when you're happy in doorways.
Hmm?
If you've got a 9-incher, don't turn around when you're happy in doorways.
Oh, mate. Who's
Yeah,
that?
Anthony Martinelli. I reckon he's been going through my channel for videos that I did like 40 years ago on my channel, and he's
Yeah.
like, "What can I come up with?" Because I've already done two phaser video on my channel years ago, but I just don't have the excitement in my voice like he does. He's just so excited, that guy, isn't he?
It's like
He's infectious.
But when I saw the interview with Hans on the Beato channel, and I messaged him and I went, "Excuse me."
Yeah.
No, Anthony is a lovely, lovely guy. Really nice guy. And Dante as well, his son, is just like, they're both very talented people.
Geez, I'll tell you what though, he must have been young when he was working with MJ. He must have been a little whippersnapper back in those days, because he's not that old.
Well, he looks, I think he looks younger than it was. What is he now? Let's have a look here. 66.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
I would have said he's in his 50s.
Yeah, no, he's but it's all that good living in California. And the
My
money.
son.
I'm sure the money doesn't help.
Yeah. No, good on him. He's probably got good DNA in him.
Italian. It's all in the
Italian
skin.
DNA. He's got the olive skin. That's it.
Yeah. It's funny because we were all walking through. We were off to have some dinner on Thursday, and we were walking through the where the big circus tent is at Super Booth. And me, Anthony, and Dante are sort of like in this little line, and we're all looking at our phones. We literally turned to each other and said, "Oh, the new Pope," because we were all looking, because Italian heritage. We're all we're all kind of interested in it. And then Anthony made some joke about the Italians being obsessed. But that was funny. No, he's a cool guy, very cool guy.
It's just kind of weird that he hasn't really. He's only just really kind of just popped out the last few years.
Yeah,
I'm
last
just kinda
18 months really.
I know. He's when I say this, he's been around because he's been doing other stuff. But this is what I mean. He's kind of more opened his world to everyone, whereas probably before he was working for people. And maybe in that situation you can't really do that.
No, there's more NDAs than you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
I also think that it's, although it was towards the back end of COVID times, that's certain. If work is not so prevalent anymore, and it isn't in studios, and you need to earn a living, and you've got all this stuff, then why not? It's.
I'm just kind of pissed that we didn't do a piece on that GS1.
On the what? Sorry.
On the GS1.
Yeah. Well, time is of the essence, I suppose.
Well, yeah. And seeing as it was Picaro's GS1 as well.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, geez, I'm telling you what, I'm so salivating over that K2000 sampler.
Sleep on it.
Yeah, I know. I will.
Is my advice, because as good as they are, bearing in mind that my one is up in the attic still, should tell you everything you need to know.
You know what
It's
I'm
lovely,
like with
but
samples,
it's not worth me going up in the attic and getting it. You know what I mean?
though. No, don't go get it.
No.
Leave it up there. But I'm a real sample head. I love my samplers. Always have. And the only one I really probably would never get my hands on, Robbie, is the Fairlight. Only because I just don't have the money to spend on it.
It's it's like any vintage synth. It's going to cost you a lot of money to buy, and it's going to cost you a lot of money to keep going, because it invariably will. Things will, fail. I mean, you can buy one off.
I don't have a problem with the upkeep of them, because I got a bit of skill there. I'm not going to say I'm a Kent Spong, because I'm definitely not. I'm probably 1/1,000,000th of a Kent Spong, but I can repair stuff.
The problem is some of the stuff is irreplaceable. Once it's gone, it's gone. We're getting to that point where certain parts of these things are no longer available, and thankfully there are a few, like Peter and Andre in America are able. They've done limited runs of certain PCBs, and but it's like it will eventually get to a point where some of the bits that we use just can't be replaced, because there was a lot of custom stuff going on, and it gets. I mean, for example, the light pen on a Series 2, you don't need it because you can get these little USB boxes, but once the light pen goes, that's it. If it's not a simple repair and you need a replacement part, forget it. It's just not available anymore. So you have to come up with alternatives. But they're big and they're noisy, but they're fun.
The 2 was my first touch of a Fairlight because it had the light pen, it had the CRT screen.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I still to this day don't know the exact model of it because it was, you know, I was a kid in the early 80s. But it was funny as mate. It was like, Mum's like, oh, you know how to use computers, and she went to art school, right? And someone had bought a Fairlight. This professor had bought a Fairlight, thinking, oh yeah, we'll give it to the music students to play with.
You want me to do the work?
Imagine having that budget in those days, right?
Yeah.
And no one knew how to use it. And the reason why no one knew how to use it is because when they got it delivered, apparently the person that was supposed to walk them through everything, they walked this guy through everything, and this guy then said, cool, thanks very much, and he racked off, and he's gone on holidays or something, and then he decided to quit his job while he was halfway overseas, and then basically they found out how much it cost to get someone like Peter from Sydney to come across and teach them again, and they went, oh no, we'll just work it out. He's got manuals, and so they just sent this little pimply faced kid in. That's what they did, and that was me. I actually worked it out pretty quick. It wasn't that hard.
It's not.
I mean, the basic stuff.
Terribly difficult. It's pretty, and the help file that's built into this into the Series 2 is very good. It's very detailed. You know, you can just type help in at any point, and it will give you help that's relevant to that page.
It works, Robbie.
What's that?
Oh no, it wasn't you. I told about it. I put some talcum powder on the floor in the bathroom.
Oh yeah.
Because it helps give me indications
Ah.
what might be going on with a certain young lady. She gets up in this chair to look out the window. Little moo.
Kent, how do you know if an elephant's been in your fridge?
Exactly. Same scenario.
Prints in the butter.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, so I remember the first thing I did was I worked out you could load a sample off the floppy disk, and then, I mean, I can't remember what the first sample was, but it probably would have been in the first folder that you could access, so you know, that probably would have been piano or something, right? And then I'm playing this piano or whatever the sample was, and this professor was standing behind me. He's like, geez, I didn't even know how to do that, and you did it in 2 seconds. And I'm like, it's not that hard. And my mum was like head wobbling in the background. But yeah, Fairlight. Touched one in the 80s, and that's about the only time I've ever touched one.
I was sick to bloody death of them, to be honest. Not the machines themselves, but all the fucking hassle.
Yeah, I understand, man.
I've got one system here that was supposed to have gone like a couple of years ago, but the guy that's buying it is buying it, he's paying in installments, and so until he's paid the lot, it doesn't go anywhere. And of course, the longer it sits around, the more you think, oh god, you know, what else might have started to go wrong. So I've got a package coming over at the moment, which is going to have a power supply for one of the systems, the dead systems that I've got here, and it's going to have some. Oh, shut up! And it's got something else for this one. And Peter said he's just paid me another $2,000 or something, so we're almost there. Can you fire it up and give it a run through? And fucking hell! So then I've got to take it down, put it on. It's just a pain in the ass. And then he'll want it delivering, and he lives the other side of the country, and he doesn't drive. But he doesn't want the flight cases, so I'm left with those, which is not so bad because I've put my Series 2, which is dead at the moment because fucking we had to strip the voice cards out of it and give them to Wally de Becker, Gautier, because he wanted Series 1 voice cards in his. So I am. Oh, hang on a second, I've got somebody at the door. Oh.
Someone is at the front door.
Okay.
There should be
like
on
the ball.
Yeah. Voice next.
Doing that thing again.
I'm going to have to go in a sec, boys.
Bloody Amazon.
Hey, Jack. I hate the Apple Watches. If you lean with your wrist, right, and you somehow push on that little button, I know
on the crown,
configure it. Yeah, it starts listening to you, and it's like it just happened to you.
Yeah.
It's just annoying.
Oh dear me.
Well, I had a little play with the Muse when I was in a shop about a week or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually very, very, very impressed.
Yeah, it's nice synth. I was saying to we were having a conversation the other day. The Muse is very much, and I don't mean this disparagingly. But it's a bread and butter synth. It does all the things you expect a good quality polyphonic analog to do. Does them really well. It's a good solid thing.
Yeah, it's not like a memory moog. That's definite. You know,
Talk
like
good solid things.
You could probably get memory moogish sounds out of it, but it's
Hey,
not,
boys.
it's not a memory moog. Hey, Ian.
Hi,
You can get lots of
You're right.
moggy sounds.
I'm back in that there Somerset. I've been up to that there Yorkshire.
Steady on now.
Are you going to see? Are you going to see Gaza?
recharged. Gaza.
Are you going to see? Are you going to go see
Oh
me
no,
places
no,
at
no,
the
no, I've
the
decided
cheese
not
and
to.
pickle or whatever it's called?
Yeah, the cheese and grain. Yeah, no, I have decided not to go see Gaza.
Oh no, go and see him.
It's just I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I'm not really into legacy acts, if I'm honest.
No,
I mean,
no. Go.
It's too late now. It's
No.
probably sold out. I mean, I
Probably.
did have the pre-order because I'm a member of the cheese and grain. So
He's not a legacy act.
I think
He's
he is.
not a legacy act.
Well, I mean, I love the first album and the last album that I bought, which was the one when he was dressed up like a prat. Really, was,
Oh, hang on a minute. That's like all Gary Newman albums.
yeah, I know, and I really just didn't like it. I didn't go on with it at all. And then
Except when he wears his suit.
sorry,
Is that
Except when he wears
Savage
the-
you're talking
the-
about?
it was Savage was the one I just couldn't get on with it at
yeah.
all,
Yeah, I don't like that one either.
and got rid of it.
Oh, it's really
So it
good.
didn't even stay in my collection. It just went. I thought,
Wow.
nah. Hey up,
Hey,
chatties.
speaking of Yorkshire, I just finished watching Happy Valley season 3. And
It's
I
good, isn't it?
Enjoyed it.
Very
Long
good,
time.
that.
It's a while since I've seen that. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
I've had a lot of things on my list to watch, and that one for some reason got pushed back a bit. But geez, I really enjoyed that. That was good.
We really
Good directing
enjoyed.
that
It's
was.
not Yorkshire, but apparently it's America's biggest watched TV series, and it's Yellowstone.
Oh, yeah.
It's modern day cowboy. Now it
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
like it sounds a bit crap, doesn't it? A modern day
Oh,
cowboy.
no.
You don't think?
No, it's
I
Kevin
mean, I have
Costner.
to say the horsemanship in it, is absolutely. I mean, it's really high production value. It's incredibly well filmed, but the quality of the people working with the horses, and I've seen things I've never seen before. It's really, really good, really good.
yeah, good
There's
series.
5 series. The annoying thing is that the first 4 series I think are on Netflix or Prime, and then the last series jumps to Paramount. So I've literally just bought it on DVD.
Which you can get through Prime as well if you want.
Yeah, but you have to pay for it. So
Yeah.
I've bought the DVD.
£5 or something, mate. It's not that
Yeah.
I mean, I purchased BritBox because
Oh yeah.
there's a lot of series that I like to watch that are on certain channels that you can't access unless you start mucking around with VPNs and then you get problems with ads and I don't know. In the end, it was just easier just to get BritBox and
There's some good stuff on
ad-free,
BritBox.
everything.
I mean, I think I've still got access to it because I had my father and mother-in-law's code, but I haven't looked at it for a long time really. But
Oh,
there's some really good stuff on it.
Heaps of like BAFTA type
Yeah.
award-winning shows, which is good. But Yellowstone is on. Is it on Prime? Let me just double check. It's definitely on Paramount because it's got Paramount all over it.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't look like it's on Prime. Let me just have a look on Netflix.
Yeah, but it must be Netflix over
then
here.
Again,
Then.
this is Australia.
Yeah,
So it could be
exactly.
different.
The annoying thing that what they also have done here, although it was on Paramount for that 5th series, they've split it so you can only watch half the first series
On
of series
Netflix.
5. But luckily, I managed to find a DVD where they had both parts on it.
Mind you, if I VPN into the US or the UK,
Mm.
and then I close Netflix and open it up again, I get a whole bunch of different shows I can watch.
Do you?
And so I watched I remember there was the Rookie, which is like a little cop series from
Yeah,
the
I've
US
heard of
I
that.
watched, and I couldn't get it over here unless I VPN'd. And then there was I don't know, something else I was watching. Oh, I know what I was watching. I never got to watch Breaking Bad when it came out.
Yeah, I never got to the end of it, but I watched the first 2 or 3 series. How many series was there? Was it 5 or 6? Something like that. It's quite a few, wasn't
Yeah,
there?
I think it's 5. I think
Yeah, and we didn't fall out of love with it. It just fell off our radar. We just stopped. I think we watched up to series 3 and thought, right, we'll have a break and go back to it. And we never went back to it. You know.
I mean, I knew about it when it first came out, and everyone was raving, "Oh, you should watch Breaking Bad," and I never got around to it. And then, I don't know, some years later, I watched what's that, Soul, the lawyer series?
Oh, that's a spin-off, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah.
the shoot-off,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
a spin-off.
Better Call Saul.
Better Call Saul or something.
Yeah.
And I ended up
Yeah.
watching that, and then I thought, oh, geez, I need to watch Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
You know, because it's all integrated, that one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then that's what got me back into it again. And I had to do the VPN thing, and I was watching it for free because it was just on. I think it was just on Netflix or whatever. But I
Yeah.
had to VPN to watch it. Yeah, I mean, I VPN a lot into the UK to watch BBC on demand.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
actually, it's funny. They sent me emails all the time. It's like, okay, do you know? You don't know.
Yeah. Good. Clearly they won't know. Yeah.
Oh dear me.
But yeah, we've just literally started watching Shogun. Watched the first episode of Shogun last night. That's interesting.
Is this a remake then?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know it was, and back in the early '80s, I do remember reading the James Clavell book,
Yeah.
Shogun, because it's like a
'Cause there was
doorstop, isn't it?
Was it the Richard Chamberlain?
Yeah, and I've never seen
My
that.
dad read it.
I think Jane said she'd seen it, the Richard Chamberlain thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's that story, you know.
Yeah.
My dad read it, and because my dad was a big novel reader, he'd do the Wilbur Smiths, the whole
Yeah,
series, and he had Shogun, and then he gave it to me, and he said, "Oh, actually, he was the guy that introduced my dad was the guy that introduced me into Tolkien."
Wow.
I think the first Tolkien book I read was The Hobbit, and this is before
Yeah,
it was popular. You know, this is probably like in the 70s at that stage for me. And I loved it. It was so good. So yeah, Shogun was good. I read that.
he's really good. Yeah, I mean, I was it because my parents didn't read to me, and they didn't read really, apart from the newspapers. It was a mate of mine who got me into Tolkien, and I didn't read The Hobbit first. I read the first book of the Lord of the Rings. 'Cause I read them in separate books, and then went back and read The Hobbit.
Well, we got told. I think it was my dad got told that The Hobbit was easier
Yeah,
for
it is.
younger people to read.
Yeah, it was. I think it was designed for. Wasn't it designed for his daughter? Somebody
They
in the chat will tell me that.
they put it in the curriculum at the schools
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was. Yes, and I mean, obviously it's years ago since I've read it, but I felt I got a bit bored with some of the sort of stories, and there's a whole character that wasn't in the film. Was it Tom Tom Bombadil who's not in the film or something like that. When you actually see the films, there's a
I
whole
can't
character
remember.
that they cut out of the books.
Yeah, there was a character missing.
Yeah.
I forget who it was now.
Yeah.
One of the hobbits.
One of the hobbits. Yeah.
Well, it was, wasn't it? It was one of the hobbits that was missing.
I'm not sure.
Because there was a tangent the book went on with
Yeah.
him, and I don't remember that being in the movie. Probably because it was just not needed when you think about.
No,
what the
exactly.
movie's trying to
And obviously they
portray.
cut down on some of this, because there was all these sort of bits of poetry which were meant to be songs, but you had no melody, so you didn't really know what the songs would sound like in the book, which was a bit,
Well, what they did do well in the movie
Tom
though was
Bombadil,
they did
yeah.
Tom
Annoying-
Bombadil. Yeah, that's it.
It was an annoying
Yeah.
prick in the book anyway, says Wago. Yeah,
He
fair
was,
enough, mate.
Yeah. I thought they did the maps and that portrayed well.
Yeah,
'cause,
it did, yeah. I remember looking at the
he-
map in the front of the book every time,
Yeah.
and seeing where everything was. It's
Bilbo Baggins.
good old Bilbo. And I didn't watch the film of The Hobbit because did they split it into 2 or 3 parts? It's at least 2, wasn't it? Which
The
just
film?
seemed.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's
It
part
was?
A and part B. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I just thought that was just a cash in, really. So I've never seen it.
During one of the interviews, they said the reason they'd done it that way is because because they wanted to be faithful to the book,
Okay.
and to be faithful to the book, you couldn't have a 6-7 hour long film.
No, fair enough.
It had to be broken up.
So is it any good, the film?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it was.
absolutely
All right,
stonking.
mate.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
it's really faithful to the
Peter.
book.
Peter Jackson
I know it's Peter Jackson, yeah.
does a good job. Peter.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm going to give it a look at some point then.
All filmed in bits of New
In-
Zealand. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's fantastic countryside.
That reminds me, there should be a new series of Broken Wood starting soon.
Oh
Of
yeah,
what?
that's good, isn't it?
I do like that. Since the
Broken
beginning.
Wood.
Broken Wood,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I don't know
Yeah.
that. Sell it to me, Kent.
Oh,
It's
What's
a
it about?
It's a copper series.
yeah.
That's all right. I'm halfway there already.
Murders and police.
That'll do. Broken Wood, right? Okay.
Yeah, Broken Wood. It's sort of like Death in Paradise, but done properly.
Fair enough.
Because Death in Paradise is.
I don't think I've seen
What's it
Death in
on,
Paradise either.
Is it on Netflix? It's on Netflix, isn't it?
Don't know. No, because we haven't got Netflix and we've been able to see it. So
Prime?
unless we're getting it later and it appears on.
I think
One of
I've
the
got
others.
mine on. I've got mine on BritBox.
Is it a British series then?
To
no,
my
it's
knowledge, no, it's New Zealand.
No, it's.
Well,
I
it's
think
set in
it's,
New Zealand anyway.
I think Sky own it.
Do they
I
own
haven't
it?
got Sky.
Yeah.
that's
I
fine.
don't know if they owned it. to
Although I
start
am,
with,
I am
though.
going to get, because I want to watch The Last of Us 2, part 1 or whatever, because there's going to be like 4 parts to. I've just cancelled my Apple TV subscription, which I think expires today actually, and then I'm going to buy Now TV for 6 months. I don't think I can get it for less than 6 months. Annoyingly, I only want it for a month because I was going to just binge watch it.
Yeah, it's
been
good
going
the
since
second
20
season.
Is
By
it?
the way, it's been going since
I've seen
2014.
some bad.
You've got-
I've seen. Sorry, Rans. I've
You've
seen
got
some negative
10
stuff.
Series.
Sorry.
10 series to watch.
What
You've
of
got a lot to watch.
Broken
Yeah.
Wood?
There's
All right.
about 4 to 5 episodes each year.
Yeah.
It's been going since 2014.
How come I've missed it?
Oh,
It's weird.
really
It's
good.
weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't watched all yet. I'm probably a couple of years behind, I reckon.
I've got to finish
Detective
watching
Sims.
Yes.
Black Mirror. I'm halfway through, not the current season, the last season. So I need to probably finish that.
The latest Black Mirror, I thought was 50% of it was awesome, and 50% of it was absolute gibbish.
Oh,
crap.
really?
I loved it
And
all.
there
I
was
thought it was
some-
great.
Yeah.
I thought the
It's really good.
the one where the guy had the little Sims computer game thing, that was genius. That one, where it plugged it into his head. that was so cool. And there was another good one. I forget which one it was now, but there was a couple of really bad ones. It was just so predictable. You could almost say, "Yep, this guy, he's gonna end up dying."
Yeah.
Because it was just too predictable. So they're gonna have to look at a way of doing it now where it's not predictable.
I don't think are they doing any more. Is it still? They're still going to do it because.
Well, they obviously just released that one.
Yeah.
It took them a couple of years to make it.
I wondered if they were going to carry on with it because apparently they're phenomenally expensive to make because.
Well, it's owned by Netflix, isn't it?
Yeah, it is now. Yeah, but Charlie Booker is involved in every episode to keep what he thinks is the quality. Obviously, that's rather subjective for the rest of us. But because you haven't got any sets that you can use time after time, it actually gets very expensive. But I'd heard some poor things about what do you call them, acting in The Last of Us 2. The girl that's playing Ellie.
Oh, right.
And I thought she was great in series 1.
She's brilliant. Yeah.
But obviously she's 19 now, so.
No, I'm so far. I mean,
it was just what I'd seen on social media, and
I've got to catch up with a couple of episodes because I missed it when I was away. But so far, I mean, they've stayed pretty faithful to the game. And
well, they did on the first series, didn't they?
Yeah, and
I know it stops at 8 because there's going to be another series because it's not clearly you can't cover a 22-hour game.
Yes, it's a lot, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm going to play it again. Actually, I've only played it once. Properly all the way through.
I always find it interesting when they do make movies or series of games, and you've played the game and then you watch it and you think, yeah, they kind of got that bit, or that bit you kind of think, it felt a bit different when I was playing it. The one that I'm coming up with into my head was, do you remember the series of The Witcher?
Yes, I watched.
The Witcher
yeah,
game?
yeah. The first series of The Witcher TV series was really good. I never played the game.
Good. I played the game, and I felt the first series was really good, but then the second, it kind of just went on.
It was pants,
bizarre,
really. It was
painful tangent.
But I did enjoy that first series.
To be honest, they were trying really hard to be more faithful to the game in the second one because they it was Hollywoodish on the first one. To be fair,
well, there's probably a lot of games that don't transfer well to.
Well, in funny,
TV.
I was listening to the film and radio podcast with
like Gran Turismo. That wouldn't transfer very well to a series, would it?
They've made a film.
I know.
Have they?
Yeah,
with,
but
it's not the
David
game,
Harbour.
is it?
Yeah.
No, it's. Although I mean, I've not seen it all the way through, but it looks. The racing elements are pretty cool. But it tells a story, a true story. Because the guy behind Gran Turismo set up all these kind of like foundations to encourage people to learn how to race in the game and then transfer those skills into real life. And they set up schools. And so the story is about this guy, an actual young guy who started off Gran Turismoing in his bedroom and ended up becoming a successful racing driver. So,
all right,
but it's not a. Obviously, there is no story in Gran Turismo, but more and more games, over the last so many years have become essentially interactive films. And so, therefore, it's kind of easier to translate them a bit now. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But
I mean, the thing about I think the reason I was listening to the film and the film podcast with Mark Commode, and the interview Craig Mazin, is it? Whose idea it was to transfer it from the game into the TV series, and he was saying it's really all about story. And the good thing about The Last of Us, the game, is it's still all about story. Yes,
exactly.
you've got puzzles to do, you've got got zombies to shoot, but actually it's all about the journey that Ellie and Joel go on.
It's like that geezer that wrote the story to Half-Life. And he was saying the reason that so many films now are being made of games is because writers were drawn to the gaming industry because they're paying a hell of a lot better.
Yeah.
So all the good writers went over to the computer game industry, and that's why you're now seeing computer games now being transferred into films, because there's no really brilliant writers doing screenplays.
I mean, how often do we see that they can spend millions and millions of dollars on a movie and the story's pants at the end of the day.
I've just been playing. I've got to get back into it again. The new Indiana Jones game.
Oh, you were saying about that?
And it's. I mean, it's really good. I mean, you play Indiana Jones, and all the characters are there. And obviously they're not voiced by the original actors, but they've got people that sound incredibly. Yeah. So they've got a great Denham Elliott impersonator, and the guy that does Harrison Ford's voice is very good. But it's kind of a classic Indiana Jones story. In fact, the first part of the game is the opening scene of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
What, with the ball?
Yeah, and you and you play as so you know exactly what to do, and it's a very clever way of getting used to the control system, because everybody must know that film, certainly the first bit of that film. So you know what to expect. You know that Alfred Molina is going to toss the whip into the pit, and so you know that there's going to be a jump involved here somewhere, and you're going to have to grab hold of a vine, and the vine's going to go like this, and so it just gets you used to the thing, and it really gets you into the whole indie kind of world. Graphically, it's stunning. I mean, you start off. There's a big burglary at the university that he works at, and then you have to go looking for stuff, and the first place you go is the Vatican, and so you're wandering around the Vatican City, and you're looking for clues, and it's very good, and it does kind of fit in as a nice kind of in between story within the universe of Indiana Jones. So stories.
I was just saying about Doom. I didn't know there was a new Doom game. I mean, I loved Doom back in the day. Late at night, playing Doom with a pair of headphones on.
Yeah.
Scared the life out of me.
ID software.
Yeah. I used to play that. Duke Nukem.
Quake.
And
really
then
get on with Duke Nukem that much. Played it a couple of times.
Suck it down.
Unreal Tournament was my favourite.
I used to play that to death.
Yeah. We used to when I used to work at Gateway Computers, we used to shut the shop, and we'd have it running on the server, and we'd all just basically sit around the computers that were on display in the store for a good hour after work, and just have a blast up on Unreal Tournament. That was great fun.
Mind you, Duke Nukem was one of the first games that had a network built into it that really just worked.
I don't know. Well, I certainly never played it. I never ever played games online.
But I'm going to have to scoot.
All right,
okay, matey. Right, mate. See you on Saturday.
Yep, see you Saturday.
See you later, mate.
Bye.
Toodles.
I did most of my network gaming not online. It's just computer to computer. One-on-one battles in the same room type of thing. And racing, NASCAR racing and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, my kids were into playing games online. I've never really wanted to, but then again, I wouldn't call myself a gamer. I'll play one game and get obsessed by it. If it's got zombies in it, I'm there. I played Resident Evil 4 so many times that I knew exactly what to do.
I remember when when Medal of Honor first came out on PS1, and it was we liked it back then, but you look at it now, it's awful. But as those games progressed from console to console, and they got better and better, I loved playing that sort of first-person shooter, World War II historical. Great score, good stories, and then you start to get into the online part of it, and I used to sit there playing the solo campaigns and thinking, I'm not bad at this. I can finish the game, and it's a little tough here and there, but I'm not bad at it. And then you go into the online version, and it's just like a million miles an hour, and you only have to step once, and somebody shoots you in the head. And I couldn't see the fun in it. I just don't see it. The only time I had any fun was if I was lucky enough to spawn in a high up place. I could sit there and snipe people off. That was the only way I ever enjoyed it. Yeah.
I mean, when Matt was growing up, when he was before he was a teenager, when he was still at school, he would be a different person when he came down after he'd been playing. He'd come from school, play, and the original Xbox, I think it was then, and he would be a completely different human being when he came off.
Really?
Playing online with his mates, So we used to have to limit the amount of because he would be monosyllabic. He would be quite aggressive, just generally.
Yeah, it hadn't got out of his system.
No, it hadn't.
Yeah, I remember those days.
And he wouldn't, because I mean, literally, there was boxes of games sat in our garage. They aren't now because we've taken it, because now he's moved into his house. The first thing we did that weekend, we helped to move him in, was fill the car full of his
take
boxes.
your shit with you.
And so there's, and most of it was, he got rid of the Xbox, but he's got an Xbox 360, I think. We had that ages ago. So there's a GameCube with loads and loads of GameCube games, and there's probably others consoles as well. I don't know. There's about 3 or 4 boxes of this stuff. I did say to him I should probably sell them for him at some point, but he won't let me. I've still got the Lego. He won't let me get rid of the Lego. There's honestly, there's about 8 boxes of Lego. They're mainly, most of it is mainly constructed things like a castle or a robot and all of that. But he won't let me, and it's worth good money, I think.
I know. Well, so my boys, and actually my daughter as well, has got a whole boxes and boxes of Lego. It's all gone in the storage unit, but I said to them, look, you don't play with it. And Luke's like, I do every now and again. I'm like, but you're fucking 19 years old now.
Yeah, but it's worth money as well.
And the other thing he's got boxes of, which is Nerf guns.
I never ever played with a Nerf gun.
Him and his mates were like massive. He's got one. I forget. He's got one. It's like this big, and it's got a tripod, and it's got magazines, and you sit there. It's got batteries in it. And it's insane. Some of the stuff that he's got.
Yeah.
When we moved house a few years ago, we were moving furniture and finding Nerf darts stuck down the back of this and underneath the sofas and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Those they used to take it up to the playing field and just
We used to have those. Was it Snettison guns? The ones that had the little plastic gold balls. You loaded them up and you could spring-loaded pistol.
Oh right.
It was these little plastic
little
balls.
BB things.
Fucking hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, mud. But you could fire loads of them. You could just fill it up with like 50 odd and just go around shooting people.
My stepson got really into BB guns a few years ago, and there was a club that he belonged to, and they would go along and they would have target, do target practice and stuff. And I remember he showed me this. Essentially, it's a submachine gun, but it's a BB gun.
Yeah.
But I think it was gas powered. I think it had a little gas canister in there, so it would do the reloading and everything. And I mean, to all intents and purposes, if he'd walked into a bank, people would have just hit the deck. It looked absolutely real. I mean, I've still got a Beretta M something or other. I can't remember what it is now. BB pistol, and it looks real. But I can't remember why I bought that. I think I bought it on a market or something. Snetterton Market.
I'll tell you another thing kids don't do anymore.
Go out.
Communicate.
Yeah. Take a ferry liquid bottle.
Yeah.
Half fill it with water.
Yeah. Squirt it at your mate.
Put some fins on it and a nose cone.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Connect it up to a bicycle pump. And pump it out until it
turns into a rocket.
Yeah.
Bolt bombs. Remember bolt bombs? You used to get two bolts and a nut.
Oh yeah.
And you'd put the little caps in. You'd pack as many of those little gun caps into there, and then you'd screw the other bolt in really very slowly, very tightly, and then you just threw it up in the air. And as soon as it hit the deck, it would just go.
Yeah.
I had one. It was shaped like a buzz bomb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Little plastic thing with a little sprung-loaded nose.
Yeah.
I remember them.
They were happy days.
I had a toy gun that didn't use the. Cause you remember, you used to get all the caps on a strip.
Yeah.
This one used it was like a little disc, and it had about 12
I remember
little.
them.
Yeah,
I remember them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The revolver one.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember them.
I used to love that gun.
The fascination
those
with
are the
weapons.
days. I know, isn't it? I mean, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, we were all brought up as boys of a certain age. I mean, I know I'm probably the youngest of all the three of us here.
Hey.
But we were all brought up on a diet of guns and playing war games and cops and robbers and all that.
Yeah.
And we didn't turn out too bad, did we?
No.
You know.
Cowboys and Indians.
Cowboys and Indians.
Let's face it, Cowboys and Indians as a game.
Yeah.
Is really, really, definitely on PC now.
Very. Yeah.
But
Yeah, but we had to
and
go
who
by
won,
was what we
and let's
saw
face
on
it,
TV.
who wanted to be the Indians is when you were growing up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So get this right. I lived for a few years in a small village just outside Norwich, and it was it was a normal countryside village.
Had to.
Yeah, and there was one kid who was of African origin. I don't know where from, but he was there, but it was a rare thing in a Norfolk village to have somebody of person of colour.
Yeah.
And so we always used to play Starsky and Hutch, and we always told him you can only be Huggy Bear. I mean, how awful is that?
That is awful.
But you don't think about it at the time.
No, my best mate growing up was a guy called. York's a very white community. It's less so now, but certainly growing up it was. 'Cause there's certainly no Jewish community because of the fact that they burnt all the Jews in the Clifford's Tower, and there weren't many.
So there's none left.
So there's no black community, and my best mate was Graham, and he was Asian, but there's no Asian community.
No.
And I mean that was my first real feeling of seeing racism in action, because bigger kids coming up to us, what are you doing with that black bastard?
Yeah.
I'm going, what are you talking about? Him, well, he's my mate Graham. What are you about? And I didn't understand what they meant by colour.
Well, even when I went to infant school, there was a kid there called Tony, as black as your hat, as my mum would say, and never ever experienced any form of racism towards him from anybody around us.
Wow.
We all played together, and it just wasn't a problem.
Yeah.
He lived in Shawford Road, just here.
I think it might have been different in areas that are closer to large.
Yeah.
I think it was because
where
we
you've
were
got
just outside London.
Yeah.
It wasn't a strange thing.
It was
at
commonplace.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
But I remember there was an Indian family. I think it was he moved into the village, or the father moved into the village because he was going to be one of the new doctors at the local surgery, and he had a son who was the same age as me, and my mum was very friendly with his mum, and I remember going around there, and they'd got all of these little. I can't remember whether they were. I think they were Hindu. They had all these little shrines with the little elephants and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I was fascinated by it, not from a religious thing. It was just it was so colourful and so interesting, so something you'd never seen before. And I always remember he used to do this thing. He used to play a trick, and he'd come up behind you and he'd say, "I'm going to crack an egg on your head," and he'd do this thing with his hand. Yeah, and it was so realistic. Yeah.
I had a mate who did that. Yeah.
It was
no, it wasn't a mate. It was an uncle. My uncle always did that.
Yeah.
I must admit, when I used to go around to Tony's house, his mum introduced me to rice and peas.
Rice and peas.
And
jerk chicken.
Jerk chicken. And it was like, and I come home. I said to my mum, Mum, I had this. And she goes, oh, you never know, it might catch on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
People, if I ever had sort of friends round, they'd always expect that because my dad was an Italian restaurateur, that come around for tea with Rob, and you'll get pasta or pizza or something like that, and my mum would just be cooking regular food like everyone else. Yeah. Ah, those were the days.
It's funny with Tony. He didn't even identify when he was younger. Didn't identify himself as being black.
No. Well, my mate Graham didn't identify himself as being anything else but just like me.
Yeah, be at school telling jokes to each other and stuff like that. And he told this one about black bloke, and we're all laughing and everything like that. And honestly, he didn't see himself as being actually the same,
racially different
the same
to anybody
guy
else. Yeah,
who was the butt of the joke in the joke. Just it was like, it's very, I suppose, more liberating times. I suppose, I don't know.
To some extent, there were more naive times to some extent, weren't they?
Yeah,
really. We weren't,
But then
it didn't
on
really
a Sunday
become a
night,
thing.
you'd have all those comedians on the Sunday night telling blatantly racist jokes. But it was never kind of highlighted as being racist. Obviously, we didn't see it as such.
I mean, I never watched. I mean, parents watched black and white minstrels, which
was
so wrong, really. The fact you've got white men dressing up as
blackface,
with blackface. But
I remember my mum telling me
we didn't think. I mean,
but also there would be this element of availability, because if you were to do the black and white minstrel shows with black people, there wasn't enough of them around that were in show business. If you see what I mean, because it's a very limited community.
Yeah.
But the whole act, that whole black and white minstrel show was always designed to be white people dressed up as black people.
But it was kind of a homage act, though, wasn't it?
To a point, way. They were singing all the songs and all that kind of stuff.
Not that I'm defending it. It's just that
no.
There's more than just one straight. It's just racist. There was elements.
I mean, it was a very successful show. So they would do whatever they were doing. But I remember my mum telling me, she says, "You do realise that they're not actually black people," and I was like. Because I was too young to sort of understand that, and she said,
but it was done in that weird way with the white eyes and the white.
I know, and I just thought it was black men with
it
white
looked more
makeup
like clown
on.
face.
Yeah,
really, more than
it was.
else.
Yeah, it was very much. And of course, we all grew up with Noddy, and all the Noddy books.
Yeah,
and the characters in the Noddy. Things and Robertson's Jam. I used to have a whole row of the little figurines.
In fact, I was in a charity shop not that long ago, and they were selling the little metal badges.
Yeah,
But as a child, I suspect some people would still collect. But
as a child, I didn't identify with them as being a representation of black people. I saw it as a cartoon character.
It was a cartoon character. It was a cuddly toy. It was just, it was just, the innocence of babes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But something happened along the way. I mean, the Brixton riots set a new precedent. There was obviously a lot of shit going on for the Brixton riots to happen. But when they did happen, it brought to the fore suddenly there was cultural difference.
Yeah.
And you're looking at people differently, as much as you didn't want to.
Yeah.
But it was quite weird. And of course, typical Kent was in Brixton when it kicked off, wasn't it?
Of course you were.
Yes.
Of course you were.
Yeah, I was up there seeing a mate, and it all kicked off. Christ, I've never come home so quick.
Yeah, that and Toxteth.
Toxteth riots, yeah.
And it was, and I was up there to see my mate who was black.
Yeah.
He was a paint sprayer at the same coachworks as me. Went up there to meet his wife and everything and have dinner, and this kicked off.
Ah, those were the days.
So we all lumped into
nice little riot.
Hunter. Come on, I'm taking you back now, quick. And it was weird because there was people like throwing bricks and all sorts of shit.
Yeah.
And we're in the car together. They see me, white bloke, But it's been driven by a black bloke and go, I don't know, do I throw the brick or not?
Yeah.
And
I only
there's
smashed one of his windows.
hesitation, you know?
Yeah.
He did get one across the bonnet, but I don't think it was meant for him. But yeah, where did it kick off?
Aye. Excuse me.
I thought it was just this little isolated thing until I got home and saw it on the news. 9 o'clock news hit, and it was like, oh, fucking hell. Like, Jesus Christ, what's going on there?
9 o'clock news. You don't have that, and that for
No.
a long while.
With Angela Rippon.
Angela
I think,
Ripoff,
as well.
yeah, and Anna Ford. Was it
Anna
Anna Ford?
Ford.
Yeah.
And Reginald Bosanquet.
Mr. Drunk.
Yeah.
What was News at 10 one? Who was...
Trevor McDonough.
No, it was before him. Tall
Oh,
guy.
Alistair. Oh.
Yeah.
Alistair something, wasn't it?
Where was Frank Boff then?
He was on the BBC, but he always used to
He
do
was on
like
the BBC
magazine
doing the
stuff.
snooker.
Magazine, yeah.
He would do the BBC Breakfast, wouldn't he? Or Grandstand.
Oh, yes, Selena
Grandstand,
Scott.
that was it,
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Selena Scott.
See, what
Frank
did
Boff.
step down for the BBC then? A good old Mr.
Yeah.
Lineker.
Yeah.
Mind you, I think Brazil
Selena.
have got the right way of doing it.
Doing what?
What?
The news.
What lying, you mean?
No, we're to get some dolly bird with her arse and tits basically hanging out as she read the news.
What was it that... It was... I must have when Satellite first started. I never saw it, but I had a mate who was... he worked for one of the tabloids, and they were trying to do a TV show, and it had topless... Oh, was it topless news or topless darts?
Oh, yes. Well, there's probably both.
Yeah.
I was said the other day there used to be a program on it was either Channel 4 or one of these obscure channels on Sky called Italian Stripping Housewives, and it was an actual game show from Italy that featured housewives that would strip. It was all part of the game. I can't remember. I honestly genuinely can't remember what the idea of the game was, but basically you were watching MILFs taking off their clothes. It was horrible.
Well.
Yeah. Who's Alistair? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Alistair...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, Google.
Come on, Wagagool. Mr. Jelly Boy. Is he out there? I don't know. Oh, yeah, Waggo's there. He'll know.
Trevor McDonald.
He'd be saying about Robinson Chan was his wife's family.
All right.
They weren't even slightly racist.
Well, no. Probably
I
weren't.
never saw it as that until, for want of a better word, Alistair Stewart. Is that it?
Alistair Stewart, there you go.
That's it, yeah, that's it, yeah. Naked News, you didn't know if he's...
But there was there's another one. Oh, what was his name?
Sue Carpenter. Yeah, that's a name I recognise.
Sue Carpenter. And now I'm thinking of Sue Lawley.
Slowly. I remember. Do you remember Nationwide? It was like, it was kind of that news magazine program that BBC had. They did a whole feature on the police and that song because Sue Lawley was a presenter on that.
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
And they did a whole thing, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. At least the police are on sort of like regular TV."
Yeah.
Alistair Burnett. That's who I'm thinking of.
Oh,
Alistair Burnett. Yeah. Big in the 70s. He carried on beyond as well.
Nationwide. God,
yeah.
Jesus Christ. There's a few household names come out of that.
Yes, yeah. What's his face?
Michael Rudd, I think, came out.
Michael Rudd, yeah. He was Tomorrow's World as well, wasn't he?
Tomorrow's World. Didn't he do that kids thing as well, Michael Rudd?
Yeah, there was something.
Tomorrow's World, but I thought he did...
there was something.
Oh, did he do John Craven's snooze rhyme when John Craven wasn't there?
Could have done, yeah.
Yeah.
John Craven.
That was that's quite a clever thing
news
for kids. News for kids.
Yeah.
Sort of time, I used to love John Craven's news round.
Yeah.
Sherbet flying saucers have gone up by 4p.
Yeah.
More later.
Yeah.
And old Moira Stewart, the news robot.
Yeah.
For years and years and years, I honestly believe that Moira Stewart didn't have legs because you never saw her from the waist down.
Yeah. Steve Elbow's right about I've seen clips of. Sadly, I'll probably never forget this, but Keith Chegwin did a naked quiz show. I think it only ran for 1 episode or 2 episodes.
Thankfully,
it was axed fairly quickly, but everybody was naked, including him.
So that wasn't. I didn't think that might be a shit idea until they'd aired an episode.
Yeah, they aired it. So they definitely aired it.
What were we thinking?
I know.
But there was a period of time, sort of like from the mid '80s, for sort of like 10 years or so, where the more outlandish the idea, the more they would put it on.
Channel 4 loved all that.
They were trying to keep up with German TV.
Yeah. What was that? It's Eurotrash, wasn't it?
Oh, I loved Eurotrash. You get home from the pub or a club late, and then you had Antoine Decaune.
I used to hate him actually.
I thought he was hilarious. Yeah. I used to and then especially when you used to get Jean-Paul Gaultier on as well.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And was that Mr. Shaky Hands Man? Was he on Eurotrash? He was a Japanese guy who just went up. He did the red carpets, and he would have this microphone and he'd just shake hands, and he would just carry on shaking hands. Yeah. I think Dennis Pennis might have been.
I remember Dennis Pennis was I think on Eurotrash as well.
Yeah, he grew out of that as well. Yeah. Good God.
And who was they had the lady with the absolutely enormous false boobs, who I think may have died at some point.
It's not the same.
On the show.
Yeah, she used to. Banzai, that's it. It was Banzai, Mr. Shaky Hands Man. Same sort of thing. It was
not the same. What's her name that was on Kenny Everett's video?
No, it wasn't Cleo Rockus.
Chloe.
Cleo Rockus.
Cleo
Rockus.
Yeah.
Oh no! Can't remember what the thing was. No, it's gone. But then there was Clive James and Margarita Prakatan.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember Margarita Prakatan?
No.
Oh, she was this really awful, like Brazilian cabaret style singer, and she was getting on a bit, and she'd have all these kind of fruity stuff, going on, and then she'd sing awful cover versions of popular hit songs, and she would just be like. Clive James would do, this whole piece to carry. He was brilliant. Brilliant.
And I love his writings because his books. Very
are superb. Incredibly clever man. Yeah.
And his articles, it's fantastic.
But and Margarita Prakatan would be there with her like Casio or Yamaha home keyboard with the rhythms. She was basically a female Brazilian. What's his name? John
Shuttleworth.
Shuttleworth. It's basically that.
God,
yeah. John Shuttleworth was excellent.
Excellent.
Lola Ferrari. There you go.
John Shuttleworth is either coming here or he's coming soon too.
I know he's still. He's
still doing his thing with his little Casio.
Yeah, Lolo Ferrari. Thank you, Steve. Yeah. That was the woman with just unfeasibly large.
What is the point of paying extra to get a bloody before 1 o'clock delivery?
And it's not well. Is this Royal Mail?
Before 1 o'clock on what day?
Is this Royal Mail?
No, this is Amazon.
Well, yeah.
I didn't think they still did that.
So it's a long way to come, isn't it?
I think they only do that in certain areas because we don't get that option here. We just have, next day delivery. But
I didn't know until because Jason was telling me on the journey down up to Yorkshire that Every have taken over DPD.
Have they really?
Apparently.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I mean, that'll screw up because DPD.
DPD
I love the
really
fact that
good.
DPD, they'll give you a 1 hour window, and it's brilliant.
I heard something about that. I don't know whether it's actually true or not. That a breast exploded on a plane. She died.
Oh, what? Lola Ferrari.
Full of silicone.
Can't see anything on online about it.
Oh, it's DHL, not DPD.
Oh, right.
Steve Albert. Oh, okay. All right.
So Every have taken it with DHL.
Yeah.
Because DHL is part of Deutsche Post, isn't it?
Only one division of DHL.
Oh yeah, because there are different. Because I know when I have something sent to me, there's DHL e-commerce, and then there's DHL Express, and then there's DHL this and DHL that. Yeah, they've merged the bargain basement side. Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, DHL was the one shipper that I always used to have awful trouble with.
Yeah.
Well,
DHL e-commerce UK to merge with Every to create UK's premier parcel delivery.
God, you're joking.
Oh,
I mean, the worst.
They'll be twice as shit.
The worst delivery company we ever used when we had the shop was Tufnell. So I think they've probably gone now.
Oh yeah. No, I think they're still going, aren't they?
They were absolutely awful. We ended up having to complain to certain suppliers, but at least really, I mean, I remember a shipment of guitars turning. I've probably said this story before. Shipment of guitar turns up, and the box is completely soaking, split, with actually the stock falling out of the box, and he just walked in, dumped it down in front of the shop, went bye, and started off.
Well, we had
Toughness was still going. Toughness was still going.
Yeah. We had a client sending us a multi-moog, and what arrived was a Devonshire Bureau. So we gave it back to them, and said, no, this isn't
wrong.
What the guy sent. And they came back about 3 days later or so, maybe 4 days later, and it was a Devonshire Bureau again. Then 6 months later, they deliver it again, but now it's in several pieces. And that went on for 2 years, and the multi-moog never showed.
Wow.
But DHL kept delivering this fucking bureau. No, that's not a synth. Take it away.
It's funny when my Polybrick came back the other day, the UPS guy rang the bell and then went to the back of the truck to get the thing. He steps off the back of the truck. Don't know what it bloody is, but it's bloody heavy. And there's a damn great picture on the side, like a black outline drawing of what it is.
Yeah.
Just be careful with it. But
yeah, mind you, people send things in boxes. The picture on the outside is not what's in the box.
That's true.
That is true.
That's true. Yeah.
But I don't seem to have had any issue with shippers these days now.
Really?
Yeah.
I still get issues occasionally. Since I've started using Royal Mail, I've had less issues, but I've had the odd one. I mean, like, at least the guy contacted me this morning and said, it's not turned up, it's been a week. It's supposed to be 48 hours, But then I go in to look at it, and it actually delivered it this morning. So it's taken them 7 days to deliver a 48-hour parcel, And I paid extra for that.
I used to moan about UPS, and I will still moan about them if they're rubbish. But if I'm completely honest, the majority of the issues I've had with UPS, certainly over the last 5 years or so, has been customs related, and they're only doing the job that they have to do. They didn't make the rules. And I've had a few occasions where they've. It used to happen quite a lot, especially when I lived in the village. And I just think that because the village was probably the furthest point away from the depot, UPS drivers, certainly back then, I don't know what they are now, but they used to just be a regular salaried driver. So they weren't like Amazon, where you're paid per package that you deliver, so you deliver everything come hell or high water. UPS will, if it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon and he thinks, it's going to take me an hour to get back to the depot, and then that's knocking off time, then I'm going back to the depot whether I've delivered everything or not.
Yeah.
And you'd be sat at home and you'd see a little message come up saying, sorry, we missed you. And I'm like,
I've had that with Amazon.
Yeah, I've been here all the time. What the hell? Yeah. And that happened on at least 2 or 3 occasions some years ago. And I used to know, I still do know one UPS driver. The other one got unceremoniously sacked for apparently gross misconduct, but he claims that it didn't happen or whatever. And I believe him. He's a very honest stand-up guy. But he walked out of the UPS depot, walked down the industrial estate like 3 doors down, walked into XPS, and got a job straight away. So he didn't do too bad. But I remember one delivery. I think it might have been that Polybrute, the original Polybrute, and that was supposed to be delivered. And then I got this message about 3:30. So I pinged my mate and I said, "Are you on the run that covers me today?" And he said, "No, I'm on Sudbury Way or something." He said, "But I do know who it is that you're on about, and I think I've just passed him, and he's in the petrol station 5 minutes from the depot." So he literally just said, "Fuck it, this is it. My shift finishes at whatever time. I'm off," and just marked it down as nobody at home. But in the last, I would say, 2 years or so, UPS have been absolutely brilliant. Like, I get sent stuff from France, and I'll get the message in the middle of the day, say on Monday, and the item turns up 24 hours later.
Yeah.
And that's on Express Saver, so it's not the sort of like top thing.
I think it shifts from one to the other.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's also depot dependent, isn't it? You get some depots that are just better and better managed and better staffed, but there's so much competition in that game. Eventually, it will. They'll sort themselves out. But
yeah, I can remember a time when FedEx were really good. Then
they're ones I don't tend to have
really
a problem with. I don't have a problem with them. Although they gave themselves away. When Kodamo sent me that Mask 1, I'd already explained to Stefan, I said, I don't know how well you know what's been going on, but you have to, if you want to make sure you don't pay taxes and stuff, then you kind of have to not fiddle the system, but play the system. Just be clever. And he said, it's fine. I know what I need to do. And FedEx, they held onto the package, and
I've had that with them.
Yeah, and I get the message saying you owe customs and blah blah blah, and so I rung them up, and they're one of the ones that actually have a call centre in the UK. So you're not listening to somebody sort of like just read off a script halfway around the world, which is like UPS do. That's terrible. Their phone service is usually awful. And this woman said, "Oh yes, well, obviously it came through. It's quite a heavy box, and it says electronic musical instruments. So obviously that kind of flagged things up, and obviously we noticed the value on the invoice, and so therefore we've got to charge you." I said, "But I haven't bought it." And she said, "Well, what is it for?" I said, "Well, it's for review." And she goes, "Oh, okay. So do you send it back?" And I said, "Yes. The likelihood is that they will ask for it back after a period of time." "Oh, do you know when that is?" I said, "Well, no, it's when I finish with it or when they want to ask for it back. But I couldn't give you a date or a time or anything." "Oh, wow, that kind of makes things a bit more." "Do you know what the harmony code is?" And I'm like, "No."
What?
The harmony code is basically the identifying code from that massive catalogue of things that tells customs exactly what it is. Yeah. And I said, I don't do imports and exports. I have no idea. And she says, "Well, there's nothing I can do about this one. You're going to have to pay the duty on it," which was a couple of £100, I think, because based on the invoice, 20% plus their holding charge and processing fee and whatever. And so I said, "Okay, fine. Lesson learned." She goes, "Well," she says, "if I were you," she said, if he had only put this was worth £130, we wouldn't have even looked twice at it." And I said, "What?" But she said, "No, it's just, we've got so many of these going through that we only pick out the ones that look really obvious, and something this big that says £130. We're like, yeah, okay, push it through." So I'm like, okay, so you're telling me FedEx are telling me to basically fiddle the system. So,
well, if the system's a fiddle, then it works out quite neatly.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, it's like with this Polybrute that got stuck in customs for a week because, well, I still don't know exactly why. Because the first communication I had was, you need to provide us with the declaration form, the signed declaration form, to give us permission to act on your behalf with customs, HMRC.
Yeah.
Along with your EORI number and any other information, what is the item, what is it for, blah blah blah. So had that one. Then they wanted the original export invoice. So when the invoice for when I sent it out to France, and then they wanted the import invoice, even though that was stuck to the box and had never been touched because it came back to me. It was all still sealed in the envelope. So there was all of that. So I sent all of that off, and then they wanted to know if I was the consignee or not, and I said yes. It's got my name on the box. I am the consignee. And they said, "Are you a business or a private individual?" And I said, "I'm a private individual. This is my keyboard. I've sent for repair. It's under warranty. It's free of charge. There's no money has changed hands. I've sent it back to them. They're sending it back to me. Shouldn't be any customs duty or anything like that."
Yeah.
And I thought that maybe the reason they were asking that was that maybe Arturia had put on the invoice failed Muso Limited care of, which they generally do with the other things that they send me for review.
Yeah.
But they hadn't. I checked the invoices. It was just Rob Puricelli, 18, I'm just giving my address away there. So I don't know what. And then the last communication I had with them over the phone, they said, "We're going to send you an email with a couple of questions we need answering, and then we should be able to process it." And the first one was, "Are you the consignee?" So, yes, again, I am the consignee. And do you have an account with UPS? Which, no, I don't. And then the next day arrived. It was just weird. So it's
there's no knowing what goes on.
It's a bonkers
behind
system,
doors, mate.
Yeah, absolutely bonkers.
Anyway, we're back in the EU now, aren't we? Today.
Well, somebody, a journalist asked the not Ursula von der Leyen, but the other one, the other
guy, yeah.
Yeah, he's either the EU commissioner or I can't. Yeah. Anyway, they asked the other guys. They said, "Is there any prospect of the UK rejoining the customs union?"
Yes,
and he basically shut them down and said,
Nah.
"That's all in the past."
It's not going to happen.
So it's not going to happen unless we obviously go back for full membership. But
So we're going to be agreeing to their.
Well, we've given them 12 more years of fishing rights.
I know, and actually that sounds a bit.
Well, the salmon farmers in Scotland are over the moon.
I know they are.
Apparently,
but the rest of them aren't.
No. But with that young person's, what do they call? I don't know what they called it, but allowing people to move into the EU and vice versa to study and
freedom of movement.
Only for certain groups.
You can't stay. You can work, but it's only limited, isn't it?
Yeah, there's going to be a but apparently the Irish are quite happy, the Northern Irish, because it seems to remove a lot of the issues they had with the sea border. So,
but I mean, Starmer was banging on the other day about reducing the number of students coming in. Does he not realise that most UK universities rely on foreign students coming in? Yeah, because I mean, when I was at York, we relied on the predominantly Chinese students coming over because they paid a lot more.
Yeah,
they paid at least twice as much than a UK national.
A UK university education is highly prized.
Exactly.
Don't know why.
And they don't stay; they do go home.
Yeah.
It's just. Yeah. They haven't got a clue. I'm sorry. More Tory than Tory is my thought. I didn't vote for him anyway.
No.
I voted Reform. No, I didn't. I did not.
I don't think anybody would believe that. So.
Exactly. Yeah. Although Nigel Farage, he's a nice bloke. He speaks his mind. He likes a pint, and he speaks. He's the man of the people. He's not one of those rich toffs. He's a man of the people, like hell.
What was it? I saw a meme today. It said something about immigrants doing the jobs that the people in the UK don't want to do, which is why Nigel Farage's wife is German.
Really?
Yeah. Which I thought was very good. But it's true. I mean, honestly, that guy is a grifter.
Was he gets paid so many $100,000s a year for gold, isn't it? He's got a deal with gold,
but
to promote gold.
He still gets his pension from the European Parliament.
Does he?
Of course, he was a Euro MP.
He's a Euro MP, yeah.
So
is that for life then?
I don't
I
know.
hope not. I know that prime ministers get their salary forever, which I mean, and they said the F word there. Bloody Liz Truss.
Yeah, I know.
He's ripping off the.
She needs cutting off like a bad carbuncle, doesn't she?
You know, well
like I always said, wasn't it? Sort of like politics is spelled SCAM.
Yeah.
It's just people making money. It's got
Yeah,
nothing to do with helping you.
And
not fucking interested.
And
in
those that actually do give a monkey's left nipple are the ones that are pushed out to the fringes and
I mean,
of course.
have the whip removed, and like Jeremy and Sarah.
Exactly.
And,
I mean, the Walthamstow MP was on Politics Live today. Was what's her face? I forgot her name now. But and she obviously
is it Emily Jute?
No, it's not. It's Walthamstow. And she lives in Walthamstow. In fact, I've seen her pushing a pram around Walthamstow. Now, I have to say, how many MPs?
Stella Creasy,
that's right. How many MPs do you see without security? And I know she's not an she's not in the cabinet, but she's a backbencher. But wandering around their constituency, on a Saturday afternoon with the kids, so woman of the people. I'm a pity she's not my MP actually.
Oh dear.
We're doomed.
It's a fucking shit show.
Yeah, we are. I mean, look at what Trump's
revolution.
doing. Revolution. Yeah, look at what Trump's doing with him and his billionaire mates, just to some extent raping the country for all the worth. And then you're going to get Nigel Farage at some point in the future, because let's face it, there's enough dickheads in this country to vote for him.
Yeah.
To move away from Conservatives to him.
The same ones that vote for Brexit.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And
there's enough of them.
There's probably a small amount of people that are 100% behind the likes of Farage and Reform and their policies, and so they resolutely believe that it's the way. The rest of the people that vote for them just want, and I believe this, that they're so disillusioned. It's a protest vote.
Better,
yeah. It's like what we've got at the moment is rubbish, and even if these guys can't give me what I need or what I want, it will kick out the establishment. And that's what happened with Brexit. A lot of it was a protest vote. It had nothing to do with the EU. It was like, we've been given a chance to get rid of a Tory government, or to bloody the lip of a Tory government that has screwed us over. Even though it won't get rid of the Tory government, it will really fuck things up. And I think a lot of it is just kind of a protest vote. I mean, you only have to read some of the policies that Reform are claiming, to want to bring in wherever they're in control, whether it's at a local level or a national level, and you think, how could you possibly vote for something like this? It's stupid.
But people are I can't say everybody, because not everybody is stupid, but there are too many stupid people in this country. You see half of them driving around in ridiculously fast cars with stupid exhausts. That's how stupid people are. Or motorbikes.
Well, the powerful.
What are you saying?
No, you've got a muscle car with a sweet exhaust that came originally with it. It's not an aftermarket exhaust to make some crappy car sound like a muscle car.
But the powerful amongst us, the rich, and that they've managed to convince enough of the masses,
proletariat,
that they are being swindled and lied to, and that these millionaires somehow, who've never cared about anybody else in their life, somehow they're the ones to help them. And these people believe that, And that's what really bothers me, is that these people, I'll vote for reform because they'll stop this and they'll do this and they'll do that, and then when they get in, it's just like we're seeing it literally right now with Trump. Promised all of this stuff, all this, and all the workers and the union members are like, yeah, this guy's going to and then it turns around, he's actually going to make this more expensive, and he's taking away those benefits, and in fact he's laid a whole bunch of us off because of fucking Elon Musk shutting all this shit down, and yet there are some of them. You see interviews on TV of some of these people going, Jesus, if only I'd realised and done.
Exactly, yeah.
And they genuinely regret it. And then you got the others that are just, like, blah 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 blah. I'm going to stand by my decision because if I don't, I'll look like an idiot, and I don't want to look like an idiot. So blah 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 blah. Yeah. It's all going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine, and it's not. And that's just.
How long do you reckon it'll be before they realise that standing by the decision is precisely what makes them look like an idiot?
I know. It's.
I mean, they saw in the video where they were interviewing this Southern boy, and he was talking about how the Democrats represented the Confederate flag, and they're always using the Confederate flag.
Yeah.
And it was like, what? I bet you got it on the roof of your fucking pickup truck.
There's a bunch of a swathe of American people that have read the history books and seen that the Democrat Party and the Republican Party were literally polar opposites.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
However many years ago that was. And then they'll use that and say, oh, well, it was the Republicans that didn't, or it was the Democrats that didn't. The Democrats were really racist people. Yes, they were. Back then, the Democratic Party represented huge amounts of very racist people. But, the coin flipped and, the branding changed. It's just they cherry pick the bits that they want to use to support. It's like, somebody quoting Leviticus from the Bible to justify anti-gay legislation, and yet if they read the whole piece, I loved what this new Pope, he gave like JD Vance like 13 seconds, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he was like, move on, and then he spent lots of time with. It was brilliant. Yeah, I like this guy. He actually said something. I can't remember the exact quote. I'll try and find it, but something along the lines of, he talked about people sowing hate and division, and it was so obvious who he was talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
And look, I'm really not a religious guy. I don't care, but this guy seems to be following in the footsteps of the other guy, but with a little bit more.
Well, that's good to hear.
And that's good because he's a man that leads 1-point-something billion people.
There's an awful lot of people. Yeah, I'm an ex-Catholic, brought up a Catholic, so Catholic schoolboy, taught by nuns, tripped up by nuns on my first day as I tried to run to my mother. That's how the nuns did in 1960, whatever it was. Being brought up a Catholic boy turned me against Catholicism forever. So I don't follow any religion.
But if you've got that sort of 1.2 billion people that look up to you.
Yeah,
but
and I'm not trashing anybody else's faith. If that's what they want to believe, that's fine for them. But it will never, this isn't a rehearsal. When I die, I'm gone, unless I decide to come back as a ghost and haunt you a lot, which I would probably try and do, to be honest. Cause,
you die, and then it's like, hi, I'm Satan. You go, oh bugger, damn.
Yeah. Oh no! I like the guy up there.
Yeah. Let me give you a hint.
I tried
when
to
you
do
win the
really
table,
well.
Never use the word bugger.
Yeah. I tried to be good. I know I bought too many synthesizers, but I didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, but all you got to do is read the Bible. You can't plant fucking different crops next to each other. Fucking what?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, we've done that thing. We've gone from politics and now we're on religion.
Let's talk about Eurovision.
Yes, let's talk about Eurovision.
I bet Israel were really pissed off that they didn't actually manage to sort of like sway it their way.
I tell you, I watched
politics
for once, because obviously I was at the Emon Festival, which finished at 9:00, and Jason and I we just went back, and we rather than go out for a meal, we just went home, went back to the Airbnb.
We did so.
And we watched it, and we were just trying to pick, a half decent song was the start really, because obviously it's before the voting, and we went, Israel, they're not going to get any votes, surely. And then,
well, probably not, because they're not in Europe.
Well, actually, to be fair though, neither is Australia. So how does that work?
Yeah, I know exactly. We're going.
Although they didn't make it through to the finals this year, so
no.
But
they still had a vote though, didn't they? And then I mean, I have to say, I thought the girls, something Saturday, something Monday, aren't they?
Oh yes, yeah. Our entry. I kind of liked it. It was all right.
I thought the song was like 3 songs in one, really.
Yeah,
it was definitely made by a committee, because I think when you saw it's like 9 writers on it, which don't do that. Just a couple of guys, or maybe 3, writing a song, write a proper song. We've got enough great songwriters in this country to come up with a really good pop song. I thought they seemed like decent girls. They've been together as a band since they were 16. They grew up together. I saw them interviewed and they said, we're having the time of our lives, this was obviously before it. I thought, good on you. And I hoped that they would do well, and they were doing well till the bloody public vote where they got no points.
Nothing,
and I'm thinking, clearly, it's got nothing to do with them as a band. It's got nothing to do with the song. It's just the British are hated in Europe. That was the signal, wasn't it?
Oh yes. I must admit, one good thing about Euro was I went downstairs to make a cup of coffee, which reminds me I must go and do that in a minute. And the winning song was being played,
which I have to say I can't stand. But
and great. I listened to a bit of it and went, okay. And I went upstairs and continued working on the track I was working on, and it really made my track sound so much better. After hearing what had won. I'm going,
I mean, I really think we should, I mean, I don't know, because we're always in the final, aren't we? So it's because we have to pay. We pay for so much of it, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we shouldn't. We should just pull out. Let's put an entry in every year. But if you don't get through, you don't get through. And to hell with that, because that's a 2-tier system which shouldn't work anywhere. It shouldn't be like that. It's either everybody's equal, but you need a better system than the.
Well, they've changed the voting system, to having this
to try and stop
public.
It doesn't make any difference,
No, it was at the end of the day. There were some interesting things. I
quite like Luxembourg. The Luxembourg song.
What was the one with the young lads all in like grey suits? I forget who they were. I
didn't hear that.
That was a bit sort of emo kind of. It was kind of different.
Norway. The two. They look like gits. The 2 lads with the glasses that they never took off. That came bottom, I think.
And San Marino entered with a DJ, and he was
right. Because we're looking at that and going, well, he's not playing that. He's not DJing live.
No.
He's pretending,
But, I mean, it was funny, and my wife likes watching it, and so it's just kind of on, and I sort of persevere.
Had I been at home, Jen and I we wouldn't have watched it all. We'd have watched a movie we would have just watched the actual the voting bit, which I have to say we had to keep muting because it was just. I know they've got to fill while the stuff's going on, but it is really quite monotonous, and all that crap about is Celine Dion going to turn up or not.
You know what? Turn up. She made an appearance at one of the semi-finals on screen.
Oh,
she recorded a special message, and I have to say that I mean I'm not a Celine Dion fan, but then I'm not a Celine Dion hater. She's an incredible singer. Not somebody I'd pay and go and see, but
hasn't she had trouble with the voice though?
She's got this what's it called, stiff body syndrome or something.
Is that what it is?
Well, basically, she's just going to kind of like freeze up. It's tragic, and
I thought she had something with her throat and had operations, but obviously not.
I don't know, but she's got this kind of I forget they call it stiff body syndrome or something. So she struggles, or she's finding it harder and harder. So she's kind of retired, and she did that thing at the Olympics, which was probably mimed, but she recorded it apparently.
Yeah.
It was, anyway.
Yeah.
Graham Norton was going, oh please, this would be amazing, and it would have been amazing because she won Eurovision for Switzerland, and she is a bit of a a diva and a legend. It would have been a lovely thing. Even if she didn't sing, it would have been nice for her to come out. But if she's not very well,
I have to say I found Graham Norton slightly irritating. He's trying to do Terry Wogan, and Terry Wogan had the knack of being able to insult people without letting them really know what was going on. So I really like Terry Wogan.
I don't mind Graham at all. At least it wasn't fucking Rylan or whoever else. But
why has he done it before?
No, I think Rylan does the semi-finals.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, with what's his face off Radio? Oh, he's not on Radio 1. He was on Radio 2. Not Greg James. Who's the bloody? I forget his bloody name there. Somebody.
You're going to see now, mate. That's right.
Yeah. Well, I don't listen to one or two. I only listen to Six music. Well, saying that we've got Nick Grimshaw.
Oh yeah,
he does the breakfast
Radio
show.
3. I do.
No.
Well, actually, I listen to the Freak Zone. I don't listen to it ever live. I never listen to Radio Live. Freak Zone on Radio 6 music, which is just brilliant. Sometimes Radcliffe and McConey.
Yeah.
But again, it's always... I tend to run out of time to listen to them all. And then Unclassified and Late Junction on Radio 3, which is the more experimental ambient stuff. And worth a listen if you've never listened. People out there.
I used to listen to Chris Moyles when he was on Radio 1. Well, I say listen... That's what I would wake up to in the morning and then just sort of listen for the morning. And then that was it. I'd never listen to anything else. Then he left and they replaced him. I can't remember who they replaced him with. Might have been Grimshaw.
When was Zoe Ball on
that was before, wasn't it? Certainly on the Radio 1. She then did Radio 2.
Yeah, I never listened to Radio 2 really. Apart from, I used to... Back in the day, I used to tune in to Jimmy Young from time to time.
Okay, yeah.
I always quite liked Jimmy Young, but that was less about the music and more about the people he would have on. I'd always have a listen to Thatcher when he was on because he'd give her a hard time. Although apparently they were friends, but he was always
But somebody said, "Oh, you should listen to Six Music because you had Sean Keaveney was doing the breakfast show." I didn't know who Sean Keaveney was.
I still don't know who he is.
Oh mate, he was brilliant. He had the humour, the wit, great taste in music. He would always play some really good stuff.
Yeah,
and he wasn't like a kind of a Chris Moyles humour. that sort of very widely. He was very dry, very subtle. Very sarcastic, and absolutely brilliant. And I just and I thought that's it. I found where this is what I wake up to every morning. And then he decided that he was going to call it a day on the breakfast show. And there was a while where that they swapped between different presenters. I'm sorry, I can't stand Mary Ann Hobbs. It's her delivery.
I've never really listened to her.
And she's all very breathy and very she's talking like she's talking to you like you're a child. And I really don't like it. It's just it winds me up. I'm sure she's a lovely person. It just winds me up. And then
they ended up listening to them.
Yeah, they ended up with Lauren Laverne, and I thought, well, actually, I don't mind her. She's actually, she's a canny lass, and she has the humour.
Her accent's changed over the years.
It's definitely softened. Yeah, absolutely.
She's not as I was going to say Liverpool. She's never Liverpool. She was always Newcastle. She's not as northern as she used to be. Bless her.
Yeah. And then of course she got the diagnosis.
The cancer thing, but she's on the
and then again they sort of hopped between a whole bunch of different people, all of which were mostly quite awful. Like Nimone, I'm not a big fan of Nimone.
Don't know her.
Or
I know who she is.
Who's the other? Something Superstar.
God, anybody with the name Something Superstar. What a
Jam Superstar or something. Jams. I don't know. It's weird. And then they said, "Oh, Nick Grimshaw's going to take over," and I thought, he used to really wind me up on Radio 1. I wasn't his audience. He was for the young generation then, and it wasn't me. But I've slightly warmed to him. He's he has an affectation. He's camp as hell, and that's quite an endearing thing, and he can be a little funny, and the things, the little features that he has on the show are still, they're a little bit, I think they probably just sort of borrowed what Lauren Laverne had started, and he has a few sort of regular people come on, and but I'm only listening to it, when I wake up in the morning for an hour. And Lauren introduced this thing on her show, and Grimshaw's actually not only carried it on, but he's expanded it. She used to do this thing called Cloudbusters, and it was like a non-stop selection of music that the audience had chosen, music to basically get you up in the morning. If it's pissing down rain, makes you feel better, sort of thing. And it was just feel good. So it was always a really good blend, and because it was audience chosen, or most of it was, you'd get a really good mix. So sometimes you get a bit of R&B, then you get a bit of punk, and you get a bit of this. But it was always like rousing, good music. And now Grimshaw's extended that, so he does it for an hour, and it's actually really good. I mean, the amount of times that I flip over with my phone with Shazam and just like store stuff in, from Apple Music into my phone because I've listened to it on. Well,
I do that with some of the sort of more ambient stuff that I hear. I quite like on the unclassified and late junction shows. I do it because they give you that list, and you can go either straight to Spotify, which we should never do, or to Apple Music. But
see, Suede have just announced a new album.
Are they really?
Called Antidepressants.
I mean, I quite like Suede back in the day.
I do like Suede.
I mean, I've got the first 3 albums.
Coming Up is still one of my all-time favourite 90s albums. It probably Beyond as well. It's so good.
But I'm not so bothered now. Because we've got quite a few shows coming here, because of the warm-up for Glastonbury, apart from Gaza. We've got Selector coming, which I wasn't interested in either, and Kate Nash are doing. She's a great. I mean, she was selling I thought it was her arse, but apparently somebody was telling me that she was selling her feet on OnlyFans to fund her.
Yes,
I've
read that.
Her touring.
Yeah.
I mean, I quite like Foundations as a song back in the day. With a.
I always thought Kate Nash was trying to be a bit too much like Lily Allen.
Absolutely, she was a poor man's Lily Allen, because with not as good songs really, apart from Foundations.
And that's
She's
the thing I miss about
very
Lily
East
Allen.
London, wasn't she?
Yeah.
But I really quite like Lily Allen's.
I did, yeah. I've got most of her albums, and they're all really good.
They are really good. The songs are great, actually. Even from
and she's got a great voice.
She has, yeah.
And she's.
I mean, I'm sure she's a nightmare to work with.
Yeah.
If you're a manager or a promoter,
it's in the blood, isn't it? You know?
Well, absolutely. Yeah.
Keith is not exactly a walk in the park, is he?
But no, I always had a soft spot for her. Really.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't fancy. I 40 quid with the tickets for Gaza, and I did and I said to Jen, "Do you want to go?" She went, "No, not, only if you want to go." And I thought, well, actually, do I really want to go?
40 quid. Wow.
Yeah. Obviously, you would have gone.
I would have probably gone if it was local, because it's it's a small gig. You don't. And I haven't seen him actually for. When was the last time I saw Gaz?
We've got Heaven 17 coming, and I'm in Edinburgh anyway, but I wouldn't be going to that. I know Pete was talking about going to it.
We're seeing Heaven 17 here in Bury St Edmunds. Yeah, but it's funny because they're doing a little tour later on in the year, but they're doing like one or two like one-off gigs, and for some reason. Bury St Edmunds is one of the venues. So.
I mean, all the legacy acts that I've seen that I really loved, like Blondie and that, I was always disappointed with them whenever I've seen them.
Yeah, I mean, Heaven 17. There's literally no new material.
No,
it's all Heaven 17, and they've got a pretty decent catalogue to choose from, and then they throw some early Human League stuff.
Good backing band. Yeah,
and Glenn is always he's a character. He's a person. He's a real like magnetic stage presence.
Yeah.
And there's always a nice little bit of banter, and it's just good pop songs played well. I
remember when Holy Holy first started coming out. And
they're rehearsing now, aren't they, for a new tour?
And I toyed with the idea of, because they came to Hull, I think, and I just thought it was a bit too pricey at the time. I thought, you know, on spec, because it's they're basically a tribute act, aren't they? Let's face it.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with tribute acts.
Nope.
If that's what you want to do, and it is literally a way of making money for musicians. If you can't get your own stuff recognised, I understand that, but it's not something that I ever, you know, I've supported.
Well, they were supposed to be doing a new album, and they released 2 12-inch singles.
All right.
With new tracks on, and they were supposed to be like a precursor to this new album, and it's just never happened. And I don't know whether they just can't afford to, you know, do it all themselves, and that no label wants to invest. I can't imagine why not, because the songs they released were really good. They're kind of but yeah, it's very strange.
Have you seen a comment from Inhibitor from us? Welcome to the pub, Rock. These guys are dicks. I'm assuming it's dicks who talk crap.
No, it's Daleks.
No, it's not Daleks. Definitely not Daleks. So we're dicks then, and we talk
crap all the time.
All the time. We do. I agree. We do talk crap all the time. That's fine. I object to being called a dick, though. If I'm honest, you know.
Oh, I've been called many things.
Well, the alternative is not good.
What's the alternative then?
The direct opposite.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That's worse.
I've got tickets to see Billy No Mates in September when she does her tour.
Hey,
I think I'd like to go. I think because we were talking about Billy No Mates, because Jason in the car was saying, "Oh, have you heard that Billy No Mates?" I said, "Oh yeah, I think she's great, you know, and I think she might be coming to Bristol Beacon." Now, having been to Bristol Beacon, I love the venue. It's about 1,500 standing and seating.
Yeah.
It's no allocated seating, so if you get in early and you want a seat, you sit down. I love that about it.
Yeah.
Got good views from downstairs. I've not been upstairs because I was at that Kiger and what do you call them gig, which I mean there's a legacy act of sorts.
Yeah.
1990s. Knew nothing about them, but what a great night that was. You know. So I might try and get some tickets for Bristol, and we'll go. He must be he wouldn't let me pay for my ticket, so I'll have to buy him a ticket.
Rob,
you know.
Oh, what? Hang on.
Do you want this back?
Oh, bless.
Do you want your colour back? All right. All right, ready?
Yeah, this should be a good tour, because she's got a band this time.
Is she really?
She's never had a band before, and I think she kind of resisted it because, well,
it's more
cost,
expense for a start.
yeah,
I'm going to say
all
the
of that
cost
kind of stuff.
You know, you've got to pay people and accommodation and all the rest of it. You know.
But I think I know, obviously after Glastonbury last year, where she got a little bit of stick.
Did she?
Yeah, for just being this
set. I'm quite liking
her set. It's a brilliant set, and but those people that aren't aware of who she is and what she does were just like, oh well, she's just somebody with a backing tape. But yeah, she's made that backing tape, exactly, and she's just a one person act, and so. Yeah. But I don't know whether that kind of pushed her in that, or whether she got some sage advice, because she's signed to Invader Records, and the name of the guy.
That's what's his face, America, isn't it?
I can't remember his. But they obviously value her and look after her.
Invader's quite a big label, isn't it?
Yeah. So she's
some...
doing, and that the album which came out on Friday, which is really really good, is a band album. So the band have played on the album.
I like that actually. I've always liked that.
So it's really good, and I can't wait because I just think she's brilliant. She always seems, like in her social media posts, she's always a little bit kind of seems to be lacking self-confidence, and because her dad was her rock, and he had Parkinson's. He passed away last year, so that was a real tough time for her. So I think she's been through the ringer a bit, but she's got this really good new album, and it's getting rave reviews and just getting played. Yeah, it's really good. Really
I listened to the new Self-Esteem album because I liked the first album.
Not a big fan.
And I've seen her. She did the music for a film we went to see actually, and I have to say, it came across as quite patchy for me. The sexual content of some of the stuff is a bit slightly OTT, if I'm honest. And I wasn't that impressed with it, where I actually loved the first album, played it a lot.
Yeah. Now, Billy did an album which was a soundtrack for a play, I think it was.
Yeah, well, I think this was a soundtrack for a play as well.
Yeah, and that's really good. That's just,
Yeah, I like Bert says, I first got to know Billy through
Sleaford Mods
and Mark and Mindy, which is I've listened to a lot of Sleaford Mods album, and his voice starts to grate on me a little bit.
Does it?
If I listen to a whole album, but Mark and Mindy is such a great song. It's just superb.
Yeah.
So I would probably not go and see Sleaford Mods. They wouldn't be my choice of night out.
Oh, they're brilliant live. Absolutely brilliant. I've seen them like 3 or 4 times now. They're so good. So funny. And just like the energy and the vibe is so... It's a real positive thing. I mean, it's one of those gigs you'll go to, you'll see people aged 8 to 80 from all walks of life. People dressed up, in kind of smart casual. People dressed up, in very sort of rock and roll punky style. Yeah, it's just like a massive broad church. And the energy is fantastic. And the music's great as well. But...
it doesn't quite hit me where it should do, but that's the way it is, really, isn't it?
Well, indeed.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to go and see Gaza. Well, he won't come and see me, so why should I go see him?
I reckon his set this year.
It's fair. Yeah, he didn't come and see me at Leeds in Social, did he?
I reckon his set for Glastonbury will be a little bit of everything.
I'll probably have a look at it there. That's the point. I mean, I didn't try to get. I don't know if I can get a ticket for the Sunday. I know I've missed it.
Yeah.
But I think I might be slightly outside of the. One person said, "Oh, we're too far out in Frome." And somebody said, "No, you should apply because it's still within the catchment area for local." But anyway, they'll have all gone, and I would not want to go and see Rod Stewart.
My wife went to see him with her friend, and she said, "Oh, do you want to come?" I said, "Look, if it was Rod Stewart, early 70s Faces stuff, I'd be there in a heartbeat." But
Faces were great. I loved the original Faces. Faces were great. I loved the small Faces, but I also loved the Faces. I loved what they became. And Nod So Good As a Wink is just a great album. And the guitar sound on that is just so in your face and raw. And I've just Inhibitor says, "Don't apologise. I didn't take offence. I was only winding it up."
I bought a box set of all the Faces albums, and honestly, you could just play that from beginning to end and not hear a bad song.
They were a proper band, I know that you sort of.
Rod was amazing.
He was a great voice.
Oh, what a voice!
I mean, it was when he was doing the "Do You Think I'm Sexy" bollocks, and he tried to take himself too seriously and all that sort of stuff. And,
well, it just became, I didn't mind that sort, the kind of disco stuff too much and the sort of poppy rock stuff. It was all right, but it wasn't, what it was back, what it used to be. It was just when he started doing the whole American songbook stuff, and it all just became a little bit cheesy. And it's good, but it's just not my thing.
Yeah.
But the missus said that he was brilliant live.
The voice is still there then.
Yeah. So
I want to have a listen to this Brian Ferry album, because he's done this album with this. It's a sort of spoken word. He's done just on the music, because Brian Ferry's voice is gone.
Yeah.
I know it's the Paul McCartney syndrome, but because he played Glastonbury about, was it before the pandemic, and he. Clearly, his range has deteriorated quite a lot. He still sounds, the voice, his timbre of his voice sounds good, but he had really good backing singers who were basically supporting his singing, which I thought was the right way to do it.
Yeah.
Really. But he's done the music for this album with this girl, and I heard a track on Freak Zone, so I need to have a listen to the whole thing when I get a chance.
The last thing I think I heard him do,
need to add it,
was Todd Terje. He did an album on Todd Terje's album. He did a track on Todd Terje's album, and it was a cover version of Robert Palmer's Johnny and Mary. and it was slowed right down tempo, and he was doing his thing. It was sung, but it wasn't classic Brian Ferry, but it was actually really good because it was kind of Johnny. It was really good. But that was the last decent thing I heard him do. So to be honest, I like early Roxy music, but
it's called Loose Talk.
Right.
The album. There's two versions of it. There's an instrumental version, which will just be obviously it's an instrumental album, and then there's the one which features what's her name, Amelia Barrett. And I heard him being interviewed, and he said that the reason he's done this with another lyricist, basically, I think she's speaking of, is because he hadn't found another lyricist that he wanted to work with, which was quite something, really. So, in fact, I'm going to add both of those to my Apple Music.
I kind of went off him when him and his son came out as supporters of fox hunting.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was like, okay.
It's a bit of a dick move, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just like his stuff that he did with Roxy.
I mean,
those first few albums.
The first few albums were I mean, I really liked the I have Boys and Girls album, and the sort of lounge lizardy sort of. I quite like some of those songs. In fact, it's funny, we went round to Matt and Bell's for dinner when we were in London last. The new house, and they were making dinner for us, and Belinda said, "Oh, put a record on. I'm going to a Matt's record collection, and there's Brian Ferry.
Right.
I will stick that on." And it was great, actually. So I haven't heard it for a long time. On vinyl.
Aye.
Yes.
We have no bananas.
Yes.
I still need to give this a proper watch when I can get into the front room.
The 4 Pompeii thing.
Yeah, the 4K restoration.
Did you go to the cinema to see it?
No, I didn't. No.
I don't think it came to our local cinema.
Yeah, it was a limited thing, but this has got both the feature film and the concert on there, so all of the Abbey Road stuff is in there.
I saw the concert when it was first shown in the cinemas back in the day. I did go to the cinemas to see it, and I enjoyed it really. But that was probably before we had proper surround sound in cinemas, really.
Yeah.
I have heard Dark Side of the Moon in Ambisonics, which is it was 32 channels surround sound, which I have to say, there's an awful lot of information at the back and coming from all over. We did it when I was doing my masters. Because at York there's Ambisonics is academic surround sound, really. It's never gone any further than that. Although Martin Ware's does stuff in Ambisonics, apparently. And we were having to make pieces in Ambisonics, and so we would just book out this auditorium, which was seen. I think it was about a couple of hundred people, but we would there'd be like 6 of us sat in there in the right spot listening to Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah,
I remember we listened to it and went, let's listen to it again because it's great.
It is, because every time you listen to it, you hear something that
exactly. So we listened to it twice.
But I remember they released Dark Side of the Moon. I think it was on Super Audio CD some years ago. Yeah. And I forget the guy's name now who did the mix.
I've got a Super Audio CD player, my CD player.
Who did that? But a lot of people said it was all right, and then Alan Parsons' original quadraphonic mix,
that's more like
got released unofficially, and you could actually go onto this website and download the DVD audio. So it was all high res, and it was incredible. It was so good.
The Ambisonics mix was taken from the 4-channel, the quadraphonic version, and then re-engineered, really.
Yeah,
but then I don't know whether that was done professionally or whether that was done by the guy who was doing it so we could listen to it.
Yeah, But I think they reissued the 5.1 mix again. I think they might have done a slightly different one. Then must have been about 4 years ago. They put a Blu-ray out in the box set because they were doing these kind of definitive edition box sets, and then they put it out separately where on this one disc you had an Atmos mix, you had the 5.1 SACD, you had the official release of the quadraphonic mix, you had the stereo mix, you had all of these different mixes, all on this one disc, which was great. And but that original quad mix was just incredibly good.
I mean, I've not properly listened to what's it called? I'm having a moment now. You've just said it. The bloody Apple surround sound.
Oh, Atmos.
Atmos. I've not properly listened to Atmos yet.
Well, Atmos, you to really hear it, because the good thing is with Atmos, if you listen to Atmos on a 5.1 system, the processor will fold it down, the Atmos mix, because it's obviously more channels, it will fold it down into a 5.1, and it's generally quite good. Sometimes it's not as great, but
I used to have a 7.1 Yamaha system, which but that's a few years ago now, and then I swapped the DSP chip went wacky, so
I had a 7.1 which had the surrounds, and then it had center surrounds as well.
Yeah, exactly, almost the same. And I just then I had a 5.1. I can't have a 5.1 here. That's why I've just got. So I've got a decent stereo. So I'd have to listen to it on headphones, which I could do. I could get a decent pair of.
I mean, there are some algorithms. The Apple one seems to be okay,
I know that
but
Atmos doesn't work over Bluetooth.
No, there's quite a bit of information there. But to really benefit from Atmos, you've got to have at least like a 7.1.4. So you've got two speakers, front left and front right center, two sides, two surrounds, a subwoofer, and then four in the ceiling.
Sounds a lot closer to.
Or was it two in the ceiling and two firing up? I can't remember now. But
so Ambisonics, the smallest Ambisonics was 16 channel, I think. So you'd have main stereo pair, 4 at the bottom. That's 6, isn't it? 4 at the top, sides, subwoofer. So how many is that? Is that 16? Anyway, something like that. you go 16, 32, 64.
Yeah. But like you say, that's.
Oh, it gets stupid. I mean, it was 32 was the auditorium that we made, and we had there was a little mixing studio that we would make our stuff in 16 channel. It was easier to upscale it from 16 channel to 32 than it is to do,
Yeah, I've always sort of thought I'd like to mix something in multi-channel. I've got now.
I mean, to be fair, Ambisonics is really easy to mix in.
Yeah.
I mean, they were using apps that were designed by one of the guys at York University, Dave, who's retired now. He was my tutor for. It was his module, so
Yeah.
And you can buy commercial versions of that now, but he'd done it and he gave it all to us. I didn't keep it because I was never going to use it once I left the university.
Yeah.
So I didn't keep it on me, and I was doing Windows at that point, so it was a Windows app. There was a Mac version of it as well,
right.
But very easy to do, very easy for placement. So you'd have different versions of it, and it's literally very easy to place where you want it, and and it's quite a cool thing to do, is to sit in the middle, and then I think I want to put the guitar over there. I want to put this sound over there, and I want a voice that doesn't want to be in the middle. I want it to be,
Yeah. But the thing is, it also, I mean, a good surround or multi-channel release is also not. It's not only dependent on the music and does it lend itself to that sort of thing, but also the person that's doing the mix, because there have been some absolutely god awful multi-channel mixes.
You need to know what you do need to.
Yeah.
I mean, I did a piece which I then mixed it down into stereo. So it was for 16 channel Ambisonics, and it was to recreate. It was a piece of music but he also was embedded in a cave.
Right.
The cave was Stumpcross Cabins, so I went and recorded Stumpcross Cabins, and I recorded it with a Zoom, my H2, so stuck in the middle of the cabin, and the guys there were really helpful. He says, "Oh, can you come back another day?" I went, "Yeah, of course I can." He says, "Well, I believe it's going to rain at the weekend, so if you can come on, you can come on Sunday, and come at the end of the day when we're about to close, so there's nobody in there, and I can give you an hour while I'm cashing up and doing all this sort of thing." He says it'll sound really, because you'll hear the dripping a lot more. So I can't just go back on the Sunday, turn up at like 5 o'clock or whatever it was, and the guy opened it up and he let me in, me and me mate, and we both recorded in there, and then I recreated Stumpcross Cabins with this piece of music.
Right.
So everything around it sounds like you're in this cabin with the water dripping as part of being an instrument in its own right.
Yeah.
And then you've got cellos and all sorts of weird and wonderful things that I was using on it.
There's a guy called Steve Marshall who many years ago recorded. He was really into ambisonics and the whole multi-channel sensory experience, and he recorded an album called Bilocation, and it was originally recorded binaurally. So he would go in, and he lives down in your sort of neck of the woods, down in the West Country, and so he's very fascinated with the stone circles and all of this kind of stuff. So he would record things. He'd put his binaural mic in the middle of the stone circles, and then have people play, instruments and stuff, and pick up, all the reflections off of the stones, and then he'd sometimes go into these large caves and things and do that. And he did this whole album where it was a collection of his recordings that had just kind of been mixed together. And at the end, he was on the top of a tower block or something, and he was recording the sound of a city, and of course it was bouncing off of the building. So you sat there with the headphones on, and this thing it's all around you.
Yeah.
And then this helicopter, apparently completely by chance, this helicopter passed over, and you're sat there with just your stereo headphones on. And it feels like it's there in the room with you. It's just amazing. And so he put this album out, and it was just an experimental thing. It was never a massive success. But he then came across a piece of hardware, and this is all in Sound on Sound. So if anybody wants to go and have a look, if you go onto Musings, I'm sure it's probably on there. If not, it'll be on the Sound on Sound website. And it was a processor that allowed him to take his binaural recordings and split everything out into a system where he could produce a 5.1 mix. So he did this. He produced a 5.1 mix on DVD, I think it was. And so you didn't have to have your headphones on, but because of the nature of the recording and the nature of how he had to remix it, it was one of those albums where you've kind of got to sit in the right place and have all the speakers towed in at the right angles and the levels all set. So it was a little bit precise, but it was spectacular. The binaural one was probably the best one because it's so simple to listen to. Stick a pair of headphones on, and it's incredible how your brain just thinks you're in the middle of that.
Binaural sounds great.
I love it.
That's the last time I've listened to any binaural stuff, but
and they use it a lot in video games now, binaural.
Yeah, they do,
and it works really well. I actually often play video games now with my headphones on, even though there's nobody else in the house, because you get a more intense. I mean, even with speakers, it's still quite good, but you get a more intense sort of impression of 3 dimensions. So. Bloody hell, it's at the time.
Nearly tea time, isn't it?
I know, just waiting for the missus to get home.
Next time.
It's nearly time.
Oh yes, don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm not saying it.
What's this? I hate it when people send meeting request changes.
I didn't say anything.
But they don't say why they've changed it.
I said,
That's where they're taking over the South Bank Centre.
Who's what, where, well?
Suede taking over.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah, because I'm a member of the South Bank Centre. So that's interesting because what they're doing. It's Wi-Fi. Got crap Wi-Fi. Just waiting out about half an hour. He might tell me.
I don't think this stuff's turning up.
Yeah. Is it Amazon? I mean, Amazon can sometimes.
Amazon will go into the early evening. Certainly.
Yeah. I've had stuff come from there like 9 o'clock
Does
at
it
night.
not say? Because you get the notification thing. Does it not say when it's?
No.
Have you not had an email saying it's going to arrive between?
Have you tracked it on the app?
Yeah, it just says out for delivery, but it said that since
right, okay.
11:15.
I mean, we've had situations where I've been sat in waiting for it, and it's going to be in the next hour and all that business, the window, and then literally, like you were saying, Rob, that he's decided that's enough for today,
and he's fucked off.
And he said, turned around and said, "Oh, sorry, you weren't in."
Thing is, with Amazon, I think the majority of them will deliver everything, because if they don't, I think they get penalised, or they don't
get penalised.
Yeah, so
yeah. And I have to say, because I had that situation with the guy trying to steal. Well, we think he stole a load of pans, but we'll never be able to prove that. And then he was trying to steal the surround sound, the thing that I've got here, the ARC thing, because he knew it was worth money. Because he was trying to get me to sign for it. He was coming with other stuff. And I'm saying, but it's not here. You haven't given me. Oh no, they must be delivering it tomorrow.
Great, sign then.
Yeah. And then I complained because I could see what was going on. And he came to me early afternoon, dropped off the rest of the order, and then I had to come back. They made him come back about 6:30, and he almost threw the parcel at me. He went, "Here you are, mate."
Yeah.
And that's the last we ever saw of him, because I suspect we weren't the only customer that he was probably stealing from, or trying to,
No, it's
but
just
sorry, go on.
I've got it's a new fuel line and a vacuum gauge, and if it comes too late, i.e. 9 o'clock,
yeah,
it's too late for me to use the bloody things.
Yeah.
So I was hoping it would be here by 1, but.
And you've paid for it to be here before 1?
Thinking about it, I don't think I did, because I think it only applies if the order's over 30 quid.
Oh, right.
Anyway, so. But it was ordered within plenty of time, put it that way.
Yeah.
But.
Still tied up.
Next door got 2 little ones, they go to bed at 7, so.
Yeah.
I can't start up Mount Vesuvius out there at that time.
No. The Emon Festival was good though.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9 hours of music. Well, was it 9 hours? It's 8 hours. 8 hours of music constantly on 2 stages.
It's not bad.
So brain was a bit knacked by the end of it, but we played twice. Cool. 2 different sets.
Nice.
So I played one set as me, but Jason helped me. And then we played as the Wave Prophets with a completely different set, using L'instrument, Terror, Hydra Synth, OP1. We've multi-track recorded it. So
that reminds me, I wonder if Grace got her 2 Lyra today.
She was very chuffed that you sent them. Because she was telling us that you'd sent them to her.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. It's almost like there was a third party involved, because when I found the white one, got that prepped and ready, and then she said, "Oh, if you've got another one, her friend would love to have a coloured one as well."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, as it transpires, the only ones I thought I had several colours, but it turned out was I only had black and this pink."
Yeah, she said about that. I mean, they were great actually. It's first we were talking about it. It was the first time I've actually seen Andy and Grace live. Obviously seen them on YouTube, but never. And they were really good. It was the best 2 acts for me that I saw, apart from obviously myself. I didn't see myself, but no, it was Dots, who played just before.
Yeah.
Who were really, really good, and Les was making us laugh, and Andy and Grace, they were really, really good.
Yeah. So, but so it transpired that I said, "Look, all I've got is black and this pink and this other colour. It's not green.
Is it like a lemon?
No, it's
it's not that off-white colour.
No. It was a pastel green, from one of the better words.
Oh, right.
It's like a very... Take turquoise and just lean it slightly towards the green end of the spectrum.
Because it will still be available, won't it, as a colour?
Because the other colours that I had there turned out not to be Lyra 8s. They were the 23.
Oh, right, yeah. Pulsar.
Pulsar 23, the drum machine thing. And the other one was... and then there was the little one that they do. Can't remember the name of it. I think it's a guitar effects thing. And so there's a few of them.
I'm looking at I can see the green one. Looks a bit sort of, it's puke green, really, isn't it?
Yeah. It's sort of like buffalo piss colour.
Buffalo piss.
Yeah, it is though.
It's just it's sort of like, ooh.
Yeah.
Cosmos, thank you, Agu.
Cosmos.
And,
have you still got that Cosmos? Because
yes.
I said I would buy it off you,
No,
you said you were going to give it to me. I said I would buy it.
Was it a Cosmos?
Cosmos. That's the effects unit, isn't it?
Oh, okay. No, I thought it was because the thing I do have, I know I definitely have, is one of those Dubry 23s.
Right. 23s. A Pulsar. Oh, so the pink one. Yeah. The pink one's sort of, dusky pink.
Yeah. It's not. Right. No, it's not. It's not an unpleasant pink or anything.
Not
like
unpleasant. No, it's nice.
But the turquoisey, bluey, green buffalo piss one is. I don't like that one at all.
No, the blue one's a bit bright.
Yeah. Oh no, there might be a blue one.
Blue one's very bright.
Oh no, wait a minute. No, that's another Pulsar. So, transpired that the white and the black ones were the best condition ones anyway.
Yeah, black one looks quite good actually.
But when
because you offered me a different colour for DOMs, and I'm happy with
the white one. I had the white case, got that sorted out, and I put it to one side so it was safe. And then prepped up a black one. Got the black one to put into the case. Couldn't find the white one. I'd put it somewhere safe, too safe, as it transpired.
Couldn't find it.
And it turned out it wasn't me that put it somewhere too safe. It was Fiona had to put it somewhere.
Of course it was.
And then she found it beginning of last week, I think it was, or whatever it was. And finally got them into the case, into the box, and finally got them out the bloody door. Because for a while I didn't think we'd ever get the two to coexist in the same space at any time.
Yeah.
So, but we did in the end.
I see Back's Music are back.
Are they?
Yep.
Hence the name.
Yeah, Backs are back. They've opened 3 stores, and the online thing is supposed to be coming back later.
Why did they go in the first place?
Went bankrupt, didn't they? Or whatever. Yeah, they just went up to Swanee.
Okay. Start off with your cookies, will you?
I wonder if that's a buyout or a save.
It'll be a buyout.
Might as well keep the name because it's known.
Actually, because where are they based? They're not UK based. They were
Holland.
Holland, I would say.
Filed for bankruptcy. Company's been taken over by former director Johannes Bax, who previously parted way with the business, backed by another investor.
Okay, so it's not like what happened with the
GAC.
Well, yeah. So at least he wasn't in anything involved with the company while it was going bust.
No.
Well, last I heard, old Soundgas was still going.
Yeah.
Yes, I was talking to somebody about that. Or was it? Was it on your last pub that we talked about it, or was it at the weekend? I was talking to somebody about Soundgas. No, it was the last pub I was on. That's when we were talking about it. Somebody in the chat said that they were still trading.
Yeah.
Or is it the repair side that's still trading? And I'm not quite sure anyway.
They moved to some different premises or something.
Yeah, there was something about that.
Yeah, well.
But my head's a shed. Really.
Yeah, I know that one.
God, the first The first aid to cross into Gaza in weeks. Wow.
That'll get gobbled
Thank
up
you,
quite quickly.
Israel.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Cosmos is stuck in an infinity memory loop.
Well, I'm still no bloody closer to getting a fucking Moog Messenger in for review.
Are you expecting one?
Well,
you'd be trying.
When I spoke to Ben, who's the director of marketing at In Music, he was at the show, and we met last year when he introduced.
Was he working for Moog before, or is he fairly new? Because I remember communicating with somebody.
That I don't know. He's a mixing engineer in like his main job, but he also does he's director of. Anyway, he was there last year with the Muse at the secret venue thing, and then we bumped into each other last week, and he said, "Oh yeah, man, you're on the list. You're on the list. Okay, great, brilliant." And I spoke to Eric, and Eric said, "I'm sure we'll sort you out. We'll get something to you as soon as we can." And they had a PR company. And they're not very good because last year they promised to send a Muse, and then once we'd parted ways in Berlin and all gone back home, they all of a sudden said, "Oh no, well we've already sent one to Gear News in Germany." I said, "Yeah, well that's fine for the Germans, but .com has to come to me." "Oh well, we can't send you a second one." Well, when they finished it, they were just useless.
Yeah, exactly.
They were useless.
Technically, they're not sending a second one.
No, exactly.
They're not sending a second one because that's. I mean,
yeah.
When I did that 700 for Korg, that box had been all over the place.
Yeah.
So many labels on it.
Oh,
so,
I've had stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely.
They have like one or two, and
I think I got my.
Review.
I think I got
my
Cobalt 8, my model Cobalt 8 in an Argon box, because they'd run out of Cobalt 8 boxes. They just threw it in one of those.
Yeah.
But it was a real mess up, and so this year I thought, well, this will be a lot easier because it's smaller, it's lighter, it's cheaper. There shouldn't be much problem with getting hold of one of these, and they were most insistent that would happen. And Eric said, "Ping me an email because I want to bypass this PR company because they're not very good."
Using them, that's the question.
There is a twist to this tale. So I emailed Eric. Eric put me in touch with the internal people at In Music, and then they're saying that we're on the list, but they've sent it to somebody else in the and again it's in Germany. I said, well, I've just spoken to him, and he said he's not got one, and he's not aware of getting one, and he's actually going on vacation, so there's probably no point them sending him one because it'll either he won't be there to accept it and it'll just get sent back. So I emailed them again today and said, look, just send it to me. I just had an email about half an hour ago from this other PR company who we know have been dealing with In Music, and this email basically says we're now taking over all PR and marketing for all of In Music's brands, including Moog, Akai, Alesis, and so on and so forth.
All right.
So now I'm thinking, now do I go through them? And it's just,
that sounds a bit pants, actually.
Here we go.
But I'm looking forward to spending a bit, because when you're in that sort of room environment with loads of other people sort of like wanting to have a go, you're not really.
So what's your initial impression of it? I mean, like,
very good.
I was saying on Ramsey's show, I mean, I'm not Moog's biggest fan, but
what about Moog? Are you their fan?
No, I'm not. I can never get. I mean,
well, I said Moog in front of Michelle last week, so I was mortified.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well,
But we had a laugh. No, I really liked it because it's small, it's compact, it's simple. It's kind of mini Moog simple. It's that left to right thing. Everything is. There's no menus. There's no messing around. It's just knob per function, and the oscillators sound very Moogy. The filter is incredibly good, but they've gone beyond just like the traditional ladder stuff. You've got a 24 and a 12 pole ladder, but you've also got a notch and is it a bandpass? There's 4 different types of filter that you can use, and they all do really, really sort of unique things. And the fact that you've got this arpeggiator and sequencer in there as well, and it's very interactive, so you can set something in and you can just, like, you've got 16 steps and you can just mute and unmute and just perform with that as well. But it sounded like a Moog. The basses were big. The little bass compensation circuit they've got in there really does lift everything in the bottom end when you've got the resonance turned right up, which obviously you lose a lot of that bass information then. It was great, and it's got a metal
chassis in it,
a metal top plate, and then the chassis is glass reinforced ABS, so it's strong. It doesn't feel cheap at all, but it is, to all intents and purposes, it's plastic.
It's plastic, right?
But it's not like wafer light, and it's not it's not ridiculously overweight. It just feels like there's substance there. It just feels like the balance is right. Loads of connectivity at the back, USB, MIDI, CV gate, whatever. And traditional white notched pitch bend and mod wheels, as you'd expect. So it looks like a Moog and it sounds like a Moog, and it's 699 quid.
Which is, it's not bad. I said I was a bit sniffy about the price, but for a mono synth, but
it's a Moog mono synth.
I know, but that Rob, that doesn't necessarily work.
No,
does it? Because Moogs have always been expensive. They've always been overpriced.
If Moog came out with a 290, if they put this out for 299, up against Behringer's Model D for roughly the same price, if not a little bit less, they'd have been cheapening their brand. And there is absolutely something to be said for you price it in accordance with your brand.
I understand that any manufacturer will want to get the maximum amount for for what they can sell it for.
They're going to shift a lot of these.
They probably are. Who am I?
That's the whole.
I've got a bloody the 1,1300 quid mono synth sat up there. So, which I have to admit, it isn't good value for money.
If you put it up against, Ty was saying the other day, you put this Messenger up against, say, the Korg multi-poly, which is roughly the same price.
Yeah.
But the multi-poly is like a gazillion times things more than. But this is if you want a Moog Messenger, you want a classic analog mono synth.
There's a lot of people that have never been able to afford a Moog. There you go. There we are again. You see that? It's Robert Moog. Yeah, whatever. But there's lots of people who've never been able to afford one.
Exactly.
Until you have to tell the time.
Oh, Dad, please, Dad.
You were fast asleep a minute ago.
I always quite liked the grandmother.
Oh.
When I played with it at Synthfest that year, I spent quite a bit of time on the grandmother. I quite liked the colour thing as well. It was also split up into modules. I did quite like that. Again, I wouldn't necessarily buy one. The only Moog. Is that right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Moog.
Moog.
The only Moog I want.
Moog rhymes with Vogue.
Yeah, I know.
Cool.
I know.
Rhymes with Rogue.
Ian Cool. Yeah.
The
only one I want is I want Kent's Model D.
Yeah.
That's all I want. And I've got the Behringer, which is
whenever I pick somebody up on the pronunciation of Moog, your people will say, "Oh well, there's that clip in that movie with Bob in."
I said that myself, Rob, last time we were talking about it.
And then
so I know.
I was talking to Michelle last week, and I said the same. I said, "Oh yeah, I was just fed up with people saying, oh, well, Bob says he didn't mind," and Michelle just looked at me and she said, "He did.
He did.
Did he?
But he was just being
He
Bob.
was being nice.
Being nice. Didn't want to piss anyone off."
I can't remember, because I know that there's trouble in the family over it, because in the book that the Switched On book, because there's a big debate about that at the beginning of that about
There's Amazon.
There's Amazon for you.
Now they turn up, but I've got to do dogs first.
Oh dear.
Laugh.
Yes.
Mind you, it was like back in the day. It was. I bought that carburetor in and stripped it down on the coffee table, and I'm cleaning it all up and doing all the business, right? And it's not particularly pleasant smelling, particularly the carb cleaner. And she goes to me, she goes, do mechanics on the coffee table? I don't know. I said, do you know what? This reminds me of my dad. I remember my dad sitting in front of the fire in the front room, the Vakish fire.
Yeah.
On a rug, he put down this spreadsheet and was taking apart a Triumph Herald gearbox in the front room watching telly.
Brilliant.
Yeah, see, that's a good point. He's waiting for a comparison between the messenger and the grandmother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to do that, but I can't.
No.
But, I mean, I pulled out the Matrix Brute again because I hate having it on the shelf. I think it's such a beautiful thing to look at as well as play.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's a really, I mean, I wouldn't say it's complicated, it's complex. But at the end of the day, it's got 3 VCOs, just like the Messenger. It's got an arpeggiator and a sequencer. It's only got 2 filters, albeit a ladder and a Steiner.
Yeah.
And you look at that, and then you look at the Messenger, and the Messenger 699, and that what was a Matrix Brute, like 1,500 quid or something.
Yeah.
Much bigger, much heavier, much more robust, and of course the beautiful matrix that allows you to route anything to anything. But the Messenger, I think I'd like to actually put the Messenger up against that, and see what it sounds. Not only what it sounds like, but how easy it is to use the Messenger. I think the Messenger, and just somebody criticised me on the show on Friday. They've left a message in the comments about us being. What did he say? Moog have already had paid for advertising, and you're just giving them more by saying,
it's just a troll.
Oh, fuck off.
Exactly.
But it is. I said to Ben when I walked in, I said, "This is a Moog for everyone. This is a Moog for the masses." It's like it's at that price point where nobody can say it's ridiculously expensive. It's completely
ridiculously
affordable.
expensive now.
It's completely affordable for a much wider range of people. Yes, there's going to be people that 699 is just not in their reach, and that's fine. That's where Behringer fill the gap in that market.
Absolutely, yeah.
But if you're looking for a Moog monophonic synthesizer that has the Moog sound, the Moog features, and the Moog quality, we hope, because obviously that time will only tell. 699 is not a ridiculous amount of money, and they need to shift. And they're going to shift loads.
They are
and
going to
loads
shift
and
loads
loads.
from what I thought. Yeah.
So it's going to
So
be.
where are they made? Do we know where they're made? I mean, I'm not sure the parts.
Yeah, they're made in China.
But are they actually constructed in America?
That I don't know. I don't know whether they're assembled.
Because then you've got the tariff. Come back, Ken.
I don't know whether they're.
How we doing?
Good, thanks.
Oh, where's Kent? What do you guys do with Kent? Hey, there he is.
He's gone over there because I don't know what he's doing over there.
Robbie's least favourite Adam and the Ants record.
How we doing, gentlemen?
Which is my least favourite Adam and the Ants record.
I'm doing some sound check, Robbie. But I do have this record that I sample quite a bit. So I'll play it for you sometime.
What is it?
Oh, this is. I always forget the titles of these. I just put stickers on them, This is Stand and Deliver.
Oh, that says the Prince Charming album.
Ant Rap.
Yeah, Prince Charming.
Yeah, this is classic.
Yeah, it probably is my least because there weren't many Adam and the Ants records. Adam Ant's a different thing, but yeah, I'd say Strip.
Yeah, and I saw. I think I probably said this to you before. I saw Adam and the Ants in a very small rugby club.
Yeah.
To about 30 people.
Yeah. Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah.
I never got to see them back then,
and they were great.
I've seen Adam play. I saw him play at the Hammersmith Odeon Apollo, whatever it's bloody called now, and he got pretty much most of the original. He got Lee Gorman back on bass,
Right.
Dave Barb on drums, and then of course Adam. So that was 3/4 of Adam and the Ants version 1, and brilliant. I mean, it was just amazing. So yeah. Anyway,
one of my favorite sounding records for sure. Yeah, it's got great stuff on it. They can't. Well, I just stopped in to actually do a sound check, if that's all right. I just want to see if my configuration is working. Can
it's
you hear
working
the beats?
fine.
So
loud and clear.
Much better.
Yep, we're getting all that.
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
All right, I'm in business. So I have a meeting with Kent later. I just wanted to present my best side to this. How you doing, legend?
Oh, what's Fiona doing with the rabbit? Or is that a silly question? Yeah. It looks like Hartley hair.
It does look like Hartley hair.
Ow.
Well, it's great to see you guys. I'd love to stop by sometime and spin you some samples, Robbie, off of a couple of Adam and the Ants records, because the recordings hold up so well.
Yeah.
Under the scrutiny of all manner of mangling. It's just pretty beautiful sounding stuff.
Very well produced.
Yeah. Perfection.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna step out. I just wanted to say hi and wish you guys well.
Cool.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
See you later.
Kid. See you soon, kid.
See you later, mate.
Oh, I've just had my instructions to put the oven on. Back in a sec.
Hartley
Flash
hair.
with that t-shirt. Boom. That reminds me, I was in Andrew though.
Cooking with Spong. Rabbit. It should be cooking the rabbit with Spong.
Yeah.
Oh, she's a bit late tonight because her car is a VW Golf diesel, and it's done about 150,000 miles. But I think the DPF filter, the particulate filter, is probably on its way out, which means it's probably going to cost more than the car's worth to fix. But you get the little light comes on that tells you you need to burn off the way you clean the particulate filter is you drive the car at like 40 miles an hour, but you do it in like 4th gear.
Oh, right.
For about 5 or 10 minutes, and what that does is it really heats the DPF filter up, and it burns off all of the carbon that's kind of built up in there, the particulates.
Right, we never get to find out.
But she has to do it like once every sort of couple of months.
All right.
So she's just been burning it around, trying to get rid of it all. I'm hoping. She hasn't said that it's not worked, so fingers crossed.
Right. Here we go.
Why is Keith saying regen?
Oh, he hasn't. Tell me you haven't bought a regen. So who was that then that just came in? Kent.
That was John.
John. The Piper's son.
John B.
Good.
Johnny B. Good. BEDM. Johnny B. Good. In the chat.
Is he like from the Symptoms of Reality or crowd?
Yeah, partially.
I've not been in Simpsons Reality for a while.
No, me either.
I've just been too busy really.
Boy Eats Drum Machine. No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Seems like a very nice guy.
Yeah, he does. Definitely.
Especially if he's sampling Adam and the Ants. It's thumbs up from me.
Oh, look at that.
What is
You
it?
want to hear about Newfangled Articulate? What's that?
Oh, it's an instrument from Newfangled Audio.
Oh, is it?
Isn't Newfangled the people behind Decent Sampler?
Oh, is it?
I think. Dan, his name.
I did download
You get a sharp knife in there, don't you?
Did SOR change it up a bit? No more music, no more scoring with Spawn.
Okay.
Really? Like I say, I just haven't been in for a while.
I think they stopped doing the album mixing and stuff. I don't think they've stopped doing the album. I just think they've stopped broadcasting.
Giving it a break.
Yeah,
giving it a break. Right. Yeah, I mean.
Oh,
I mean,
Hang
she
on.
left her biscuits there, obviously.
Did the light go out?
I had to go all the way down to the fucking A14.
Wow.
Hit the roundabout, back up the dual carriageway. And I thought, oh fuck it, I give up. And I went through Solomon and I turned left to come back.
Pair of scissors.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, it's getting to a point where it's happening more. Yeah.
There's a scalpel in there, though. Scalpel.
Yes, Keith, she regened it.
I'll try this. Where's the keys?
All done.
Right.
So yeah, they've gone back to the roots. More,
Yes, please, love.
more or less, much more or less music and much more stuff.
Yeah, every time I've sort of switched on, it tends to be a lot of
okay, Steve.
conspiracy theory, wooey, and I was like, nah, I'm not into that.
I just haven't been able to. I mean, I've missed. Sorry, Rob, I missed your show on Friday. I haven't seen that yet. Should I watch it?
It was just us talking about Super Booth, basically.
Okay.
So tried to cram as much in of what we liked and what have
I mean,
you.
to be fair, I was driving up to Yorkshire, which was a 5.5 hour journey up because the traffic on Friday afternoon was just appalling, and then we were meeting some mates of mine I used to play with, so we went out for a meal and then we went and met them.
It's okay.
You know?
You don't have to make.
I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm just
it was all right.
And I haven't watched Ramsey's show from Saturday either, and I missed Jason on Sunday.
I didn't. Yeah.
And I missed Jason on was it Wednesday? Wednesday, it's Wednesday, does it, isn't it?
I caught the back end of Jamie.
Oh, I came really late to Jamie.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I think we all did. I think you, me, and Wagyu, I think as well.
The problem with Jamie's show is it's right when Jamie gets through.
Oh shit! So what just happened to Kent's
camera?
It just went.
He's still there, Kent.
Hello.
Yeah, so Jamie's show is right over tea, and I can only come in after tea. There we are.
I'm so Saturday I was out around my eldest's for a bit of a barbie, and then like you say, Sunday was kind of like tea time.
Yeah,
and then by the time I thought, oh shit, Jamie's on.
And
so
I can normally make Jason's show on a Wednesday, but a lot of the time the jamming in Jim Jams is actually too late, because if Jane's, I'll watch it if I'll be there live if Jane's not at home, but if Jane's home, we're watching stuff, from about 9:30 onwards. So, but there's almost too much, you could say.
Definitely
but better too much than not enough.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I should go and get me tea, because it's tea time.
Me too, I think.
Yeah, well, Kent fixes his motor. Hello, John, got a new motor. Hello, John, got a new motor.
Hopefully.
Right.
All right, mate.
Okay, guys, good to chat.
Yeah,
good
likewise.
to talk crap.
Yeah. Speak to you all soon.
Yeah, see you later. Bye, chatties.
Take it easy.
See you later, boys.
Bye.
See ya. Oh, come on. Gotcha. Right. So that's the useless pipe that fractured. So now let's see if we can do something with this. Sure about the. They say it's 3/8, which is. That looks about right. I have my doubts about these Jubilee clips, would you believe? tell me that I can't use these fucking clips. Because that will not be good. I don't believe it. The Jubilee clips are too small. So, we will not be starting the muzzy to see if it's working now, after all. How's that for a kick in the head? Oh, I'm sorry, let's put it up there. So, after all that, no go. So, we'll call it a day then. And I'll see you chaps later on in whatever stream is running. And go have some dinner, get some bits and pieces done. The problem, the Jubilee clips are too small. Obviously the new fuel line, the outer diameter of the pipe exceeds what the Jubilee clips are capable of. So although the inside diameter is the same, it's a much thicker fuel pipe. So the Jubilee clips won't work. So I have to get bigger Jubilee clips. And guess what I haven't got here at the moment? So let's get some Jubilee clips sorted out, and then we'll have another crack tomorrow. Okay. So yeah. Well, so it looks like tomorrow we'll find out whether